Hello everyone. Thank you for joining this course on MySQL for beginners. Let's get into the course contents. Before we proceed to the course content, I just want to inform you that to learn about MySQL database, you do not have the previous or prior exposure or knowledge on the database concepts. Okay, so a very common sense approach we will follow throughout this course, and so that both candidates from IT and non-IT background will be able to understand it. Okay, so that is the assurance I can give it to all of you. And let's quickly go through the course content now. Before we start, we will try to understand how to install the MySQL server and also the workbench. I mean, it is the one that through this SQL editor only, we will be performing all the SQL operations. Okay, so we'll be doing this first step. Then we'll try to understand what is a database. And there are so many different types of databases are there. But let's understand what is the key things about what is a relational database and NoSQL database. The very basic concepts we'll understand. And then we'll go through the key features of relational databases and of course key features of NoSQL databases. Okay. Then we'll see what is an SQL, and then we'll look at how to work with the database schema, and then how to work with the tables, and then understand various data types in MySQL database. And we'll also understand the SQL commands. And basically, we'll look at the overview of the SQL commands. I mean, what are all the DDL operations, DML operations, DQL operations. Don't worry about these terms. When we get into it, we'll be knowing them. And then next we'll go through understanding the SQL classes. There are different classes are there. I mean, we'll be learning key things like a join class and where class and order by, group by, and having by class, that we'll be going through that. And in addition to that, we'll be also learning about subqueries. Okay. Then next we will try to understand the SQL operators. In every programming language, you'll be learning about the operators and expressions, right? And similar way for a database also, these operators will be applicable. The concepts remain same. So anyway, we'll go through in detail about them. Next, we'll go through what are views and indexes, then what are functions and procedures, and what are triggers and events. And then we will understand how to import or export a data. It may be importing a specific tables or the complete database itself. Okay, so we'll be able to see, and similar way exporting also. I mean, set of tables or the complete database. Okay, then we'll also look into the how to generate the entity relationship diagram within using Workbench, and then we'll look into what are the next steps that you need to do. I mean, for your further learning, and also the references I'll share it here. Okay, so this is the overall course content. Hope this makes some clarity to you what will be covered in the course. Okay, so as we said before we begin, let's install MySQL server and also MySQL workbench. So these two are the basic things that we need to do. Okay, so we will quickly understand how to do the MySQL server and workbench. So to install the MySQL database server and also workbench, so currently we not have to install it separately. So when we do the installation steps, the the workbench will be automatically installed in the system. Okay. So for that, all that you need to do is you just go to your browser and then simply type MySQL, right? and then you'll be getting the search result, and click on this MySQL, and you'll be having the download center. Okay, so when you go here, then you have different flavors of MySQL which you wanted to download. Okay, so you can just go into that. Okay, so once you get into that, so you follow the MySQL community downloads, you'll find it here. Okay, so different versions are available. I'll just uh, take you through the screenshot so it will be easy for you to repair and do that. Okay, so once you do that one and you click on the downloads, then you'll find a MySQL community server. Okay, so you can just click on that MySQL community server, and then you will be taken into the MySQL installer for Windows. You'll be getting it here, and based on your operating system, you can just choose. It may be like Linux, or it may be Mac operating system. So accordingly, you can choose the appropriate installation approach. Okay, so in this tutorial, we'll be explaining about how to do it in Windows. Okay, and so here, once you see that installer, first you need to do, so go to the download page. Once that is done, so you will have an option here. So you'll be having that Windows, I mean Microsoft installer, you'll be seeing it here. So you can just see it here. I mean, you need to select this one because you'll be installing it in your system, where you will be finding the the complete version, whatever the latest version you want to use, that you'll be completely doing that. Okay. And then, I mean, there are two things. One is the web community, and the one is the Microsoft installer community part. So I suggest you to use the install the community so that you'll have the complete package, so that you'll be completely able to do that in offline mode as well. Okay. Once that is done, so it will ask you just do the download part of it, and there is a sign up also required for free account, so that you will have access to the various the software downloads and all the things. So you can register. Even without registration also, you'll be able to do the download part. Okay, so once the downloading is done, so this is how the installation, then you will be that installer download is over. Just click on that, and then which will be, you will be seeing it in your download folder, right, by default. So you can go to the download folder, you'll find this one, and then just click or double click on that, you'll be taken to this particular page. Okay, so once you are shown this particular screen, so there are multiple options are available, like a developer default, or server only, or client only, or custom. Since you will be learning it in your own individual system, so we suggest you to install the complete one. So there is nothing but the full version you need to install. Okay. Once you select that one, then you need to simply follow the next steps, whatever it is being asked, I mean, as part of the installation. And so I'm not explaining the complete installation steps. Okay. Instead, I just suggest you to go through the link that I given it here. And before you start actually doing the installation part, it will give you the complete step by step. So I need not have to explain it again. I mean, create my own video again. And this you can go through that. And this video is prepared by Eureka, so you can make use of the same link, so instead of creating our own. Okay, so once you follow that thing, and then you'll be able to get the computer. I mean, you get installed MySQL, and also the Workbench also will be getting installed as part of this particular installation process. Okay, and in fact, if you wanted to know how to work with MySQL in a editor, so you can go through this link as well, so that you will understand the various features of the MySQL Workbench as well. Okay, so again I'm just writing, just want to inform you that the first, I mean, the MySQL server, it is a database server, right? It will get installed. Okay, but you are connecting to the database through an editor. So that editor is nothing but your Workbench. Okay, so I hope that clarifies to you. Okay, so suppose if you successfully completed the installation, and your very first step is to connect to the database, and how to do the connection part using MySQL Workbench. So once you've done the installation, then if you go to your Windows start menu, and you will find MySQL Workbench 8.0, it will be available. Okay, community edition, you will be seeing it here. Okay, so when you click on that, then this screen will appear. Okay, welcome to MySQL Workbench screen will be appearing it here. So all that what you need to do is you need to click on the connection, which is by default it is created. If you have followed the steps what is given in the video, then you'll be having the root as the default one. Okay, so since it is your individual system and we are just continuing with the root itself, but in real time we will not be using the root as the user. So you'll be using your own usernames created, and then you'll be having the required privileges and all. So I'm just at this point in time, I just don't want to bring in a lot of things. So basic thing, just simply use your root, and then whatever the password that you have given, just enter it to it. Okay. So once you complete the password entry, then your MySQL Workbench editor will be open for you. Okay. So I just show you that before I get into it. So let me go to MySQL. For example, this is the, just to show you, I'm just clicking it here, and then I'm just going through MySQL. Okay, so you can just see it here. Yeah, MySQL, you will see it here, and then we come below that, you will see it here, MySQL Workbench 8.0, right? So you'll be seeing that one. So when you click on this connection, okay, this is the default connection that is creating it here. Okay. So once the connection is created, so what you need to do is I'm just giving them my password. When the password is given, it automatically takes you to the MySQL Workbench. Okay, so very straightforward. There is no challenges, and so same way you are at. You'll be able to use your command line editor also. Okay, so using basic. I'll show you what is that command line also. So again, if you go to same MySQL, okay, so you have something called MySQL command line client. You have it here, right? Okay, so here MySQL command line. This is Unicode that is available. So I'm just clicking on that. Okay. So now it is asking me to enter the password. The same password, whatever for the connection that you have given it here. I'm just giving the password same again. So if you have given the right password, this is how you will be getting your SQL statement given here. Okay. So you will be successfully have launched it here. There is two ways you can connect to your database, right? One way is you are connecting to MySQL Workbench. The other way is just going through the command line editor. So both the ways you can do all the things. Okay, for the ease of learning, okay, I suggest you to follow everything in the MySQL Workbench. Throughout the session, we'll be explaining everything through, but one or two things I'll just show it to you how it will be happening through the command line client. Okay, otherwise, most of the things we can get it done through MySQL Workbench itself. Okay. So now that you are successfully able to connect to the database now, so by default, I'm just want to quickly just give you, these are all the schemas. Okay, then you may get what is schema, it will say. So in simple terms, it is a list of all the databases. So different databases, you'll be having it here. So that each database is called as schema. Okay, then what is the database? So just to give a simple example, suppose you are developing an application for a school. Okay, then for the school related data tables, right, you may have student details or teacher details or classroom details or student marks details, and all will be having it here. So all will be put together in a single database, right? So that school here, the database is called as a school database. Similarly, assume that I have for a company, I may have an employee details or a various department details, maybe various, maybe the invoice details, my customer details, all I'll be having it here. So these are all pertaining to a particular company related things. Means I can just make it as a employee database or something like that, I can make it here. Okay, so that means logically you're grouping all the related tables into a particular thing. So those database is called as the schemas. Okay, so because the schemas you need to understand because different database will call different terms. Okay, so we'll know what are the other database and slowly I'll introduce it to you. So just only to tell you that this is all the schema that will be having it here. And by default, there are certain default database, it will be shown to you. So you can see that here there is a database called Sakila, and there's one more database called World, and like that you'll be finding this. This database is also available, but you cannot do anything with that. It is a by default system database only. Okay, so within that you can just explore, like for example, what are the tables are there. So these are all the tables available. So you'll be able to see it here. So you will be learning few other things like what are views and what are the procedures, functions. So like that you'll be able to explore a lot of them. Okay. So and um, and this is the place most of your SQL statements you will be writing it here. Okay. So what is SQL statement? We'll slowly come to know about it now. Okay. So this is the only when you click on this, you'll be just able to execute this also. Okay. So like that you'll be able to do. Suppose if you have multiple SQL statements, and if you want to execute only one particular statement, then you can use the second button. Okay. So simply just to mouse over that, you'll be able to know what is the operation it is performing. So based on that, you'll be able to do. Okay. So I'm not going to explain in detail, just only the basic things. Okay. So now that we are connected to the database, okay. So now just really quickly and go back to the presentation now. Okay, so we have seen how to connect to the database using MySQL Workbench, and also and then the basic understanding of the MySQL Workbench also. Anyway, you'll be as we start using it, you will come to know more details about the various features available in MySQL Workbench. Okay. Okay. Then next what we have is the connecting to the database, which you have seen how to connect through MySQL command line client. Okay, we have seen that here where it is available and then how to connect to it. Okay. So the same approach only you will be giving the password, then you'll be showing the MySQL, and here you'll be start executing. Two ways you can be able to do. That's what you need to remember. Hope you are able to follow till now. Okay. If you are done up to this, your first part of your exercise is done. Okay. So then now we are now let's start learning the new things. Okay. So first and foremost thing we all need to understand what is a database, right? So what is a database? So in simple terms, it is a structured collection of data arranged in a way that it makes it easy to access, manage, and update. Simple example, if you take, for example, let's take a student database wherein you collect all the student related data, all the teachers related data separately, all the classrooms related data separately, and all the students performance details, that means their marks and other things, you all will be organizing it. So then what you do, you will make it easy to access. That means suppose if I want to know about a particular student profile details, so I can just go on to that. Suppose I want to manage the details like how many students are there in the classroom by how many teachers are there, those kind of things I'll be able to look into it. Suppose there may be situations I may be able to update their profiles, student profiles, I need to update their details. So all the things can be possible. Okay. Similarly, it is essentially a digital repository where the information can be stored, retrieved, and manipulated according to the predefined rules and requirements. That means what? What is the information that you need? So you will be giving certain conditions, then based on that, you will be able to retrieve it. For example, if you have a student details, suppose you wanted to know all the female students. Okay, so then you wanted to know, that means you will just put a particular condition, right, and then you'll be able to do. Suppose you want to know about all the students whose age is more than 15, you want to get into that. So like that, you'll be able to retrieve the details here. Okay. And so if you look at it, databases are the cornerstone of modern computing and also used in various applications ranging from simple task list to complex enterprise systems, right? So the now today, there is no company we can say that there is nothing without any database, right? everything is digitally being managed. And today, let it be whether a company is having a basic data information or whether they are using, you all know about the terms like, I mean, data analytics, data visualization, right? And then machine learning, artificial intelligence, right? In all these cases, the source part is what the database will live, right? Even every application that is developed also, end of the day, the purpose of that application is to store a data, right? So that data will be used for various purposes, like it can be for analytic purpose or for machine learning or AI related things. So that is where the knowing about the database is very crucial. So irrespective of it, whether you are an application developer, whether you are an AI or ML engineer, or if you are a data scientist, right, or you are data analyst, or data, I mean business intelligent tools that we are using it, all those things, right? So data becomes the topmost one. Okay, so that's why these days people will call the data is the new oil, right, or new fuel, wherein a lot of things can be done using the data. All right, so that's where if you are knowing about the database concept, I think you have very great opportunities for your career. Okay, okay, let's quickly understand. So relational database and NoSQL database. Having said relational database and NoSQL database, I suggest you guys to explore what are all the other databases. Okay, so you can always look at ChatGPT and ask it to give the different databases. Okay, so then you will be able to understand. It will list it out and do that one. Okay. In fact, through this training program, we'll also introduce how to make use of ChatGPT to learn your subject better. Okay. In fact, most of the content in this training program, including the examples, whatever I have given it here, all are done using the ChatGPT only. Okay. So you can learn, and wherever doubts are required, so you'll be able to clarify yourself better. Okay. So let's quickly understand what is a relational database. Okay. So a relational database is a type of database that organizes data into tables with rows and columns, right? For example, you will just keep a student details if you say it here. So you will be having the students, the each and every student's detail will be in one single row. You'll be specifying that here, and the columns will have like what is the name of the student, what is the date of birth of the student, what is the father name, and all those things. So these will be become individual columns, right? This is what normally typically when they school days you would have seen that register and all those things, right, manually. So that's how it will be happening here. Okay. So where each row represents a particular student record and each column represents an attribute or field of the data. That means like the name, date of birth, like that. These are all the attributes, right? The relationship between the tables are established through the keys. So primary keys and foreign keys. You will be wondering what is these primary keys and foreign keys. Anyway, we'll be learning it quickly in the subsequent slide. Okay. But so the database, the relationship between the different tables will be happening only through these keys only. So that's why you'll be able to know. Okay. The simple example will be, for example, you have a complete list of students. You'll be maintaining the student name, and I mean, which is the, the student, whether the gender and all those things. Okay. Assume that you have a separate database wherein you will find all the student marks, whatever is scored. So what we'll be doing it here, you will be just only having the student ID number and what is the subject and what is the mark is scored in that one, right? In a separate table. Suppose you have a student name that is existing in the students table, but student mark table has only the student ID. Then how do you get the name of the student? So you'll be connecting these two table and then from there you'll be getting the name of it, right? So that's why it is called as a relation. You are not going to create the name again and again. Okay. So using the relational database properties, we'll be able to do that, right? So that is the one. Anyway, we'll be explaining through examples so that you'll be able to understand that. At this point of time, if you understand the very basic thing, that's enough. Okay. So the common examples of relational databases will be like MySQL, which we are going to see that. And similar way, there is a PostgreSQL and Oracle database, SQL Server, which is from Microsoft, and then SQLite. So there are so many other databases also available. Okay, so once you thoroughly understand one particular database, the conceptually, then learning the rest of the database will be straightforward. Only minor syntax changes will be available. And in fact, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you are learning in MySQL, you write the same query, and then you just execute it. Ask it to, okay, how it will be look like in PostgreSQL. Okay, so it can automatically give you that. So that way you can quickly learn multiple databases also. So that that way you will not be constraining yourself that I am knowing only a particular database alone. Okay. Anyway, I'll show you how to do that one when we do. The next is about the NoSQL. That means it is not, that means there is no SQL. It means that not only SQL database. That's what it is saying it here. Okay. So here what it happens here is, here each, like in the previous database, you see the each student record will be shown in a single row, and all the attributes about a student will be shown in a columns. Okay. But whereas in the NoSQL database, so all the properties in the data will be stored in a key value pair. So okay, so that is how the whole thing will be working here. Okay, so typically what this way what happens is here, so you will be storing the, I mean the flexibility will be there, so that you can, you don't have to keep all the columns fill the data, or sometimes you may have empty columns as well. Okay, so they definitely do not adhere to the tabular structure of the relationship model. They often use non-relational data models. Okay, so what I suggest is, soon I'll be making one more video of the MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database. So then you will be learning more about it. And just at this point in time, just only I want you to understand there is a different database existing. Okay. So some of the NoSQL databases are MongoDB, Cassandra, Redis, and then Amazon DynamoDB, and then Base, and then also Neo4j. These are all some of the common examples of NoSQL databases available. Okay, so you can explore them. Okay, and no matter whatever it is, my humble request is, be thorough in one particular database. For example, the relational database, you'll be thorough. For example, MySQL, then you'll be strong in that. And similarly, NoSQL database, maybe like MongoDB, you can just learn thoroughly. Once you are thorough in that, then you'll be replicate the learnings to other databases, so that it will be easier for you. Okay. So let's quickly understand what are the key features of the relational database. Okay. So that the first one will be the structured query language. So that is called SQL. So you will be very often using this term henceforth now, right? So SQL stands for structured query language. Okay. So typically relational database use SQL as the standard language, and querying and managing the data also, right? And SQL allows the user to perform various operations like we already discussed, retrieving the data or updating, inserting, deleting the data from the database. In short, it will be called as CRUD operations. So CRUD stands for CRUD, and C stands for creating, and R stands for retrieval, and stands for updating, and D stands for deleting. Okay, so we'll be learning that as well. Okay, and also every relational database will follow an ACID test. This is called ACID properties. ACID is the short form for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Okay, so atomicity is nothing but as small as attribute as possible you are trying to make the database design when you are creating it here. Okay, and also, for example, if a student is there, you will be having student name, you try to create it. Okay, but later you realize that the student name is not just only direct name, it will be student first name, last name, and sometimes it can have the middle name as well. Okay, so in that case your atomicity will decide, that means you need to have first name as a separate column, middle name as a separate column, and last name as a separate column. Okay, if you try to combine everything into one thing, then it will be very difficult to find out what is the first name, last name, and middle name also, right? So like that, so okay, that is the kind of atomicity you need to look into that. And then consistency. That means whatever the value that you are entering it here, anytime and every time when you are looking at, it should be doing the same things. Okay, so for example, you transferred some amount from the bank, for example, and then that amount is getting transferred, but it is not reflecting in your account. Okay, so that means then there is no consistency, right? It should immediately reflect that. So that is what is called consistency. Then isolation, you should be able to do that. And then durability part. Durability is whether you do it today, whether you look at the data today or after 1 year or maybe after 6 months, then you should be it should be repeating the same response as it was right on the particular day of transaction. So that's how you will be looking into that. And so, because this will ensure the consistency and integrity even in the event of system failure and concurrent transactions. Sometimes it so happens that there will be suddenly some breakdown can happen. So your data, suppose the data will not be updating in the required places. Okay, so that's where this is very important. In such cases, it should roll back to the original status till the complete things are happening. And then concurrent transactions, people will be doing multiple transactions. It may happen that the records may wrongly get updated also. So all those things will be following here. And then and data integrity. So this relational database enforce data integrity constraints such as primary key constraints. That means, for example, you are having a student details. Okay, so assume that you created all the student ID number, name, and everything. Okay, and there is a student marks or student attendance or something will be there. So assume that there is an ID number that is being created in the student attendance. Okay, but that ID number is not existing in the student profile details. Okay, that means what? There is no integrity because then the system should not allow you to enter a student which is details which is not there in the student profile details, right? So those are all the constraints that will be enforcing it here. Slowly we'll be understanding all of them in detail. And then schema based, which we already discussed. We have a predefined schema, that means the structure of database, which includes all the tables, columns, the data types, and the relationship between the tables and all grouped together. You'll be seeing that, right? Now let's quickly go through what is key features of a NoSQL database, right? Similarly, the NoSQL database also comes with the schema flexibility, okay? And here it allows developers to store the data in various formats. What is the formats? Because if you have seen that in relational database, it is only a rows and column format only. But in NoSQL database, it can be key value pairs, or it can be documents itself, or white column stores, or even graph database also you'll be using that here. So that means there is no particular constraint on the data should be in a rows and columns only. Okay. So this flexibility makes the NoSQL database suitable for handling unstructured or semi-structured data. Because if you have seen that the relational database can only handle structured data. That means the student names means the name only. It will be a text format. And student data birth means it should be always having date means the date format will be there. So if it is a student age means it's a number. So number format will be followed. So it will be there is a very structured for this one. Okay, but whereas in NoSQL it is not a structured one, and it is also semi-structured, not fully structured. There is the only advantage of that, but its use case will be again different. And scalability. So the NoSQL database are designed to scale horizontally. It means that the large volume of data, okay, and it can handle across multiple servers and clusters also it is possible. Okay, so that means, for example, if you have I mean, huge amount of data. I mean, for example, the documents of the employees are maintained, okay, across different systems. I can have it, and then I can read from them, and then and make useful decisions on that. Okay, and then high performance. So NoSQL databases are optimized for specific use cases such as real-time analytics, or content management, or caching, or IoT applications. So where you need a high level of performance, right? So in such cases, you can always go for NoSQL database, which is very, very faster. Okay. And then, and eventual consistency means many NoSQL database prioritize availability and partition tolerance over strict consistency, because this always it is availability is a very important one, and also it will not be more look for consistency in the sense the kind of constraint that you have it with relational database, you may not be having it here. Okay. So but over a period of time, you will not be, I mean, you will be trying to enforce all the constraints, but not immediately there from the day one. Okay, like the way you do it in the relational database. For in relational database, what will happen? As I said, right, in the student details, without entering the particular student detail, you cannot use that in any other tables about that student. For example, student, which are all the students in a particular school classroom, you want to add it, unless the student is defined in the student table, you will not be able to use that one. Okay, but whereas in NoSQL, that kind of consistency you will not be having it here, but you will not be putting that constraints also in the beginning itself, but over a period of time you will be bringing the implementation. Okay, so now let's quickly understand what is SQL means. Okay, so as we already discussed, SQL stands for structured query language, right? It is a domain-specific programming language, okay, designed for managing, manipulating, and querying these relational databases. Okay, so from here onwards, whatever we are discussing is purely related to relational database only. Okay, so only just we are given an idea about what is an NoSQL database. Okay, and keep that in mind throughout the session. And SQL provides a standardized way of users to interact with the databases, allowing them to perform various operations like retrieval, inserting a new record, or updating existing records, or deleting the records what is already available. Okay. So in other words, it is also called as, I mean, SQL will call it, otherwise it is called as SQL. So SQL again, if you expand it, it will be structured English query language. That's what it means. So typically, if you ask Microsoft SQL Server, it will be called as Microsoft SQL Server only. Okay, so they will not be calling it as Microsoft SQL Server, right? When you say SQL Server, it is Microsoft related things. Okay, so I mean only it is the way how we want to pronounce it and use it. Okay. So now let's get on to the how to work with a database. Okay, now that we'll quickly understand with an example so that it will go through easy. I mean, this is a simple example. Just want to tell you. For example, you have a table of a school. For example, this is a school. Assume that a, a group of schools will be I mean, a particular management will conduct a group, a chain of schools, right? So that means each and every school will be identified separately, right? So, for example, so you will be having a particular school, and the same school will be existing in different parts of a country, right? It may be different branches of the school will be possible. So each and every school will be identified with a unique number. Okay, that's what we call as a school ID. Then what is the name of the school? When did the school started? And who is the principal for that particular school and where it is located? Just a basic information, right? And there is one more table we have student, right? Students can be across all the schools. Okay. So for example, student profiles, I'll be creating it separately. Student ID, student name, date of birth, the father name, and the gender. So I think that this is the basic information that about a student, I'll be collecting it here. Okay. So this student profile, if you look at it, it is independent of the school currently. Okay. Suppose what I can do is, I can have overall the students studying in a particular school. I'll be able to make it by having one more table wherein I mean students and school and students. I can just create one table, and in that I can just put which is the student school and who are all the students are available. Okay, so that is also I can do that. Okay, and assume that I can also create a database of all the teachers across all the branches, so that like I can create the teacher ID and what is the name and date of birth and father name and which subject the teacher takes and what is the salary of the teacher. Okay, so like this we'll be having a teacher's data here. Okay, and similarly every there will be classrooms across the schools, right? So each and every classroom you can just create a unique ID for that, and which floor it is available. There may be chances that the classroom will be in multiple floors. So for easy identification, which floor it is available, what is the class, which the classroom is used for which class, maybe first standard or second, third, like that you can select, and which section it is. Maybe one first section, first standard, A section, B, C, like that you can do, and who is the class teacher for that particular classroom. Okay, so that's what we'll be able to specify that here. Okay, so if you look at it, all these things are related to a particular school, okay, or a company, a group of schools, right? So that means I just group all their information about a particular things, I mean related to schools, and I put it in a particular database. Okay, so that particular database is called in alternatively as schema. I hope this makes some clarity to you. What do you mean by schema here, right? So now when you know that what is schema, then now we need to see how to create a database. Okay, and so this is the typically, I mean, this is a quick reference for you related to the database operations. Okay, so how to create a table? So simply you need to create database, and then you give the name of the database of your choice. Okay, and then create database school. Okay, and similarly list databases. Okay, so suppose I want to see all the database, what are the database that is existing in that, I will be able to do that. So for which what we'll do, show databases, we'll be doing that. And then using a database, suppose you have multiple databases, but currently you want to work on a particular database only. Okay, then you need to specify that particular database. So for which you need to say use database. The name of the database will be unique here. The next what we'll be doing is here is deleting a database. Suppose you don't want to use the database anymore, you want to drop it, so you can do that same thing using drop database. Okay, so I'm just using it here, drop database, and name of this thing. This is a simple syntax that you need to follow. Okay, so there's no complex for creating a database and seeing the list of databases, using the database, and then deleting that. You can, it's a straightforward process. We can just quickly see how it can be done. Okay, so let me go to now the, I mean, MySQL workbench. Okay, so if you see it here, okay, these are all the default databases which we have seen that, right? And default schemas which comes as part of your installation. Okay, so now that I want to create a new database. Okay, so there's a two ways. For example, here you have option create a new schema in the connected server. That's what it is saying it here. Okay, I'm just clicking it here. I'm just doing it here. It is asking what is the name of the schema you just wanted to create it here. Okay, so I'm just giving it as school. I'm just simply giving a word school. But please make sure that whenever you are creating any database name or table name or column names, all those things, just try to give a meaningful names so that it will be easy for you to remember and it is easy for anyone to understand it also. Okay. Don't try to use shortcut or short names and all those things, and you will not be able to recollect for future reference also. Okay. So now I'm just creating it here and simply say apply. Okay. So now you can see here it is saying create schema school. That's what it is saying it here. When it say apply it here, so now it's saying the SQL script was successfully applied on database. And now if you see it here, this database is existing a school, it got created, right? But still it doesn't have any tables and all. It just only has taken the structure tables, views, and this one. But no tables are existing here. Unlike you can see it here, you will find tables and views and everything's available. But whereas here you will not find any of them. Okay. So now that you see it here, the school, the database is got created here. But same thing, Okay, so before doing that, this is one way of doing it here, right? Creating a new schema by going through the comment button here. I just here I am the right click. Okay, I'm just right clicking on that. There is an option called drop the schema. That means I want to drop it. So I'm just simply select here drop. It will ask for confirmation drop now. So now you see that it's gone now. Okay. So now I just show you the other way. Okay. So what is the other way of doing it here is simply type create, okay, database, okay, store. Okay. If everything is correct, then it will automatically, you can see it. If something is wrong, okay, then it will not be shown as a blue dot will not be shown. For example, there's a spelling mistake. You can see it here, it shows as a red color. Unless the syntax is properly entered, it will not go. Okay. So once you have done it here, create database, this one. What you need to do is just say create. This is what the execute button which I told you in the beginning. So click on that. You can see it here. You have an error. What it says is check the manual for corresponding one. So what it is saying, create database pool. Okay, 1 minute. So here the semicolon not required. I'm just creating it here. Now you can see it here. It got created. Okay. So now whatever the SQL operations which I have, suppose now I have so many databases, right? Okay, let us list out all the databases. So for that, what you need to do, what you let is show database, right? Show databases. I'm just giving it here, and then just execute it here. Now what you'll see, you'll find all the databases that is existing in a tabular form. You can see it here. All those things, whatever you see, it is Secular, school, system, test TV, world, and all those things will come here. Okay. So there are other databases also available which comes as the system defined schemas, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay. So now that since I created a school, then the common sense, what is that? I want to work in school database only, right? Then how do you tell to the system that I'm working on school database? Suppose I'm creating a table. I'm just want to create that table in the school database only. So how do I telling that? So for that, what I need to do, I just simply say use database. I mean, there's not required use. Just simply put use schools. Simply, I'm just putting use school means it is understanding that I need to use the school database. Now, whatever the operations I'm going to do, so that will be happening in this particular school database only. Now that you see that it is not available, it is not reflecting it here, right? So all that what you need to do is by default it's not happening so quickly. So what you need to do is on this right click. Okay. So just right click on this. You just click on refresh. This is the small icon here, right? So click on that, it will get refreshed and it will be shown now, right? Now the school is available here, right? That's how it will be done. And the dropping, as I already told to you, I mean, you just simply command line, you just put drop, you need to write database, right? Now drop database school. Okay, now I'm just executing it here. Now you see it is no more existing it here, right? Okay, so this is how the basic commands will be there. As I told you, just only for an example purpose, I'll just also explain quickly through the command line editor also. Okay, so what you need to do now, for example, I just want to, before I want to create a database, I mean, a good practice is that always try to check whether it is already existing or not. So what I'll do, show data bases. That's what I'm just asking it here. You see it here, it shows me all the things. I mean, this is about in the command line editor. Okay, so you'll be just seeing it here now, right? Here there is no school available, right? Now what I'll do, I just create database school. I'm just giving it here. Okay, Now if you see it here, it got created, one row affected, that's what it is saying, and it also gives you how many seconds it has taken to create that one. Okay, so now that it got created it here, but how do I know that it got created? So again, just assume that I'm not using workbench, then I should be able to do it, right? So again, let me show database, and you all know basic command line things. You can just use the up arrow or down arrow. So what are the commands that is used previously that you can be displayed? I'm just entering it here now again, show databases, right? So now what I do again, I'm just enter show databases. You can see it here, it's again repeating it here, and you will find that school shown here, right? Okay, so now what I need to do, I am able to now create, I need to able to show, then I need to now drop it. Okay, so what I need to do, simply drop database, and you give the name of the database. Okay, school. So now it got drop database school. So what happened? It is now you should have done that one now. So let's see now. Show databases again. You'll see it here. Now the school is no more existing here. Okay. Are you able to follow me? Okay. So this is how you can do through MySQL Workbench and also through command line editor. Okay. So and moving forward, I'll not be doing all those things in the command line editor and just try to explain everything in the MySQL Workbench. But whatever I'm able to do it in MySQL Workbench, all will be able to do it in the command line also. Okay, that's what I just wanted to inform you. Okay, so now let's move on to the next topic. I hope now this is clear to you, right? Very simple for uh, commands that you need to follow to create a data, the operation related to database. Now let's quickly understand about how to work with the tables now. Okay, as we already discussed, the student, this is the table now. So that means when you define a table, there should be a table name, right? So I'm just giving the name as students. That is the name, right? And then a student will have student ID number, student name, father name, gender, date of birth, all those things will be there. So each and every property of a student, it is be shown in the columns, right? So all these attributes, these are called attributes or the properties of a student, and which will be shown in vertically in each column. That means if you go through a particular column, you will find out all the students' father names or all the students' gender will be able to see, right? Right. So now here, a few more things. So the column names you will be getting it here, and each row is nothing but it will give you complete details about a particular student. Am I right? Or, I'm saying that. For example, if I go through this, I know this is the student ID is so and so, and student name is given, father name is given, and the gender is given here, date of birth is given here. Okay, so that means this is talks about the complete information about a particular student. Similarly, you can have one more record, which will be about a one more student, right? So that's why it is called as a row or the record. Okay, and so the intersection of the row and the column, we call it as the data. For example, here when you say this particular student name, for example, Rakshana is the name of the student. So here this particular data will say that this particular student first name, I'm sorry, the student name, it talks about that, right? Each and everything is called as a cell or data part of it. Okay, so that means each one of them will be able to manipulate it as well. Okay, we will see them in some short and later part of the session. And here, if you see it here in this table, you cannot have a student ID with the same ID number, right? You can have a student with the same name. That's what the reality of life, right? You'll be seeing in the same classroom, you will be seeing the student with the same name. Maybe John will be having multiple Johns will be possible in the same class. Okay. But whereas all of them, how do I identify it uniquely? So that means you'll be giving a student ID number to them, right? That's how you'll be seeing it here. So that unique ID which differentiate video. So this, even though the names are same, but that ID will be different for each and every student. Okay, so that is called that particular column where you'll be able to find a unique value, that is called as the primary key column. Okay, so that means in this particular column you cannot have same value. Okay, so that's why it is called as a primary key column. Okay, but whereas here, as I said, the student name, I can have same name can be there for multiple students, and maybe there is a possibility that same father name can be there for the different students. And you all know that the gender can be for multiple students where same will be applicable. And there are chances that even the date of birth also same for the student. That means how do I know uniquely identify that? So that is where the student ID will come. So that will identify uniquely this is the particular student, right? So that's how we'll be able to do the primary key column. We'll be able to define. I think now that you got the concept of what is primary key, right? Now let's quickly go to the other thing. For example, we have seen about this particular student table now, right? Now, I just have a in a particular classroom, who are all the students are studying in that particular classroom, okay, or which are all the classrooms that are existing in the student. So we wanted to see it here, okay. So what we'll do first is we'll identify all the classroom details, okay. So you can see it here in a school, there will be multiple classrooms, right? For example, 01A means first standard A section, 01B means first standard B section. Like that you can go. And then I'm just giving an example, 10th standard A section, I'm just giving it here. I'm just uniquely identifying each and every classroom with a unique number. You can see it here, it cannot repeat, right? That's what reality, it will not happen also. Okay. So I just define the classroom details here, which floor, class, and section all will be available here. Okay. Now I wanted to know in this classroom which are the students are studying. I wanted to see. Okay. So for that, what I need to do, I just have the classroom ID. I'll be just having it here, and then I just put the student number also here, right? Okay. Similarly, in one more classroom, the different student will be there, and the maybe 10th class A, one more student will be there. So in that case, what will happen? So the student will be here. I'm just referring the student ID in this particular table, okay, to map it to the particular class, right? So hence it is called as a foreign key because I'm referring for this student ID, whatever is available. This I'm referring to the main table of student details. So that is why it is called foreign key. That means I'm just connecting this and this together. So when I'm able to establish a relationship between these two, that is where it is called as RDB, means relational database system management system, right? So that means through this joins, I'll be able to read it. Now that, for example, I know in class 1, the student ID number S001 is available. Who is that S001? What is his name and what is his gender and all things we want to see? What I'll do, I'll just refer to this particular table and S001, it has student name is Rakshana, father name is Dinesh, like that you'll be able to see it here, right? So that's how it will be, you are relating to that, right? I hope now you understood what is a foreign key means, right? Now let's quickly understand what are all the data types in a database, right? And here again, different databases will have different data types, but predominantly they will all have a common things. Okay, so let's have a common sense approach again here. For example, we have a student name available. So student name, it always contains only the alphabets, right? So that means all the string data, we call it as string, right? Or text data, right? So all the alphabets it will be carried here. So student name will never contain a numeric data. Suppose the student yeah, date of birth if you want to see, that means there is a data type called date. Okay, so you'll have a date for that. So because the date is unique, you will be using all across. Okay. Similarly, there are you'll be looking at a number for it. For example, age of the student. So if you want to find put the age of the student, then you'll be giving a number value. For example, 10 year, 12 year, like that you'll be giving it here. And suppose if you are storing the marks of the student, Then the student marks will be putting it in maybe student marks may not be in integer, but suppose if these scores, then if you want to know the average mark of a student in for a different subject, then what will happen? That average will be in existing in decimal points, right? So that these are all the different scenarios we'll see. And in addition to that, you may have a student photo also possible, right? Or a student might be, you will just have a brief text about the student, like a brief profile information about the student. Okay, maybe his achievements and contribution and all those things you wanted to mention that. Okay, so the different scenarios are available, right? So then based on this particular thing, you'll be able to choose different data types. So for example, numeric data types, when we say, it will have two things. One is, we all know basic mathematics, right? So we learned about the integers are nothing but the whole numbers, right? Integer types. So you'll be just having either you will be defining it as integer or int, called in short form of integer is int. You'll be using it here. There is something called small int and tiny int, medium int, and big int are there. Okay. So, I mean, as if you don't know anything about that, just simply if you use the int, that will take care of that. Okay. And there are scenarios where you'll be required to use small int just to where the memory is very, very important. So you want to allocate very less memory for it means, then you can think about small int scenarios. And if you are storing bigger number, very big number, then you go for a big int number, which cannot be supported by normal int, right? So then the medium int, all the things are available. So based on your context, you'll be able to use it here. And you can just make use of ChatGPT to understand how to do that one. Just I wanted to explain how you can make use of ChatGPT to make your learnings better. Okay. So now quickly let me go to ChatGPT. Okay, in ChatGPT, what we'll be doing it here is, okay, explain data types in MySQL with examples. Okay, in a tabular form, right? So now you can just have a look at it here how it QIs. You see how nicely it gives me, right? There are different data types, and you will get a description of that one, and then an example also will be given to you. You can see, you can see it here now. Integer means, so you will find all the whole numbers, you'll be seeing it here, right? Typically it is only of size 4 bytes. Okay, and floating means you will be having the precision before and also the decimal, how many things are there after the decimal points. So in that case we'll be using it here. Okay, similarly double. Okay, and then here the varchar char. So this is a very important one. Most of you need to know it here. The character, when you define it as char means, suppose if you define character of length 5 size means all the 5 letters will be used. Okay. When you say varchar, for example, if you are defining the name of the student, all the students may not have the full length, right? For example, some students may have their names only for 5 characters. Some students may be 10 or some may be 25 characters long will be there. So that means there is no, I mean, their names are flexible. The length of their names are flexible. In such cases, you'll be going for varchar. Okay. When you say char, so then what will happen is fixed. For example, student ID, you have seen it here, right? Student ID S0001, you are saying it here. That means the 5 digit is fixed. It means all the things will be used. So in that case, we'll be using for char part of it here. Okay. And then there is something called text is available. Text is something like where you have a larger text. I mean, for example, see, you can see it here, maximum length is 65 to 1000 and 535 characters. You can be able to store it by defining it as text. Okay, so in that case, longer length. Typically, people will use this for storing JSON files and any text files you want to store. As I told you earlier, each and every student's profile you want to store completely. So in that case, you can directly write it in the text itself, text type itself. Okay. Then you have date and time, and date time both combined together. Only date part you can just only see it here, and then time part you can just see our minutes and seconds format here. And one thing I just want to tell you here is the date format will be always in year, month, and dd format, especially in MySQL. And different databases will have a different format. I mean, Oracle may follow, I mean, a date, month, and year format they will follow in the reverse way. So you need to understand that, and then accordingly, you can, whenever you're writing programs, you can take care of that. Okay. And then date and time means both the date part and hours part both will be, sorry, time part both will be combined. It will be shown. This is an example. You can see it here. Okay. Right. So similarly, the tiny int is nothing but 0 or 1, for true or false, where you'll be storing one or 0 and 1 value, right? So in that case, we'll be using it here. Okay. So this is how we can make use of ChatGPT to, I mean, expand your understanding about a subject. You can ask for it, and till you satisfy, you can just take a couple of examples and you can do that one. Okay. I hope you are able to follow, and because I mean, very important thing is the way you are writing the prompt that will give you the response to you, right? So that is the way you need to know about it. And if any of you have a difficulty in what is this chat gpt, if you are new to, I mean, I'm sure most of you know. If you are totally new to it, you can also subscribe to my channel, where you will be finding that the uh, uh, basic awareness about the OpenAI is given, so you can watch that video as well. Okay. Okay, having seen that examples and everything, I think now it should be clear to you. So when you say fixed point types, for example, the decimal points will be always fixed in a particular column itself. For example, I may have uh, the student average marks. Suppose we want to keep it only two decimal average, I will be keeping it here. For example, maybe 85.25 or 75.335. So like that, if you mean there are two decimal fixed point. Okay. Okay. Floating point means in the same column I can have, for example, 1.000 or 21.01 or 145.0000123 is possible. That means here my decimal point is not fixed. It will be keep varying place to place. So in that case, you will be able to use, again, based on your use case only, you'll be using that. Okay. And then next is about the string data type we have discussed. Char and varchar very predominantly being used. Okay. So binary, you'll be also using that, like 0 or 1, you'll be using it. And variable binary also will be seeing it. And blob is nothing but binary large object. Typically, it will be used for storing all your images and all. Suppose you want to store the image of a student, okay, so inside the database itself, then what we'll be doing, we'll be using the data type as blob. Okay, it is called binary large object. Okay, so in that case, the photos and everything will be able to use. Text, we have just now seen the example. If you want to write more content, so in that case, you can make use of text part of it here. Okay. Similarly, enumeration and the set, so many string data types are also available. And if you want to know more about these things, as I told you, I mean, purposefully I'm not explaining it here, so that you will just go to ChatGPT and then what you try to find out what is enum and set in MySQL, then you'll be able to understand. Okay. And the next is about the date and time and data type. Okay. So here what will happen? You will say we have already seen date, time, and date and time also we have seen. Only timestamp, if you want to see, you can have a complete timestamp also, will be having it here. Suppose only you want to have only year also, you can just have year part of it here. Okay. So like that you can just explore it. And very basic things, whenever you go for any interview, I mean, I just highlighted only in green, so that you know, even if you don't remember the rest of things, fine. At least these basic things you need to know about it here. Okay, suppose if somebody says that I know MySQL database or any database concept, and if you are not even able to explain what are the data types in a particular database, then you are gone. The very first question itself will be losing your first impression. Okay, so try to understand in depth and which are the data types available and what context you will be using the respective data types you need to know. Okay. Okay, now let's quickly get into the SQL commands overview. Okay, so we now that we know what is SQL, right? Then what are the commands that you can execute it here? We'll just quickly go through that. I mean, this particular slide will be very interesting to you, which will be covering most of the subject now what we are going to cover. Okay, so all the SQL commands are logically grouped into 5 different categories. Okay, so there is a DDL, that is nothing but data definition language. Okay, so we will be understanding shortly. Then DML stands for data manipulation language. Okay, then we have DQL, that is nothing but data query language. Okay, then we have DCL, that is called data control language, and then something called TCL, it is called transaction control language. Okay, so you may wonder what all this means. Okay, so data definition language is nothing but how do you, whenever you want to create a table, right? When you are creating a table, you need to tell to the database that this table, for example, students table itself we take. So the student table will have a student ID, student name, father name, gender, and all those things, right? So that means you are defining how, what is the data, how you are capturing it, right? That means you are trying to capture the properties of the students or attributes, whatever that is defining the data, right? So when that case, you'll be using the data definition language. Okay. So that means what, creating a table, and if you want to modify the table, like I'm not talking about the data here, I'm talking about the structure of the table, right? So here we are talking only about the structure of the table. Okay. Suppose if you want to modify the table, for example, I created the table with all the fields. I forgot to add one more column. So in that case, I just alter my tables to add one more column into that. That is possible. Suppose I just want to do the table, what are the data is available, I totally want to do truncate it, but I want to keep the table with the empty data. Table with empty data, I want to have it, means I can use this one. Drop means it will be completely delete the table itself. Okay, and then rename, suppose if you want to rename the table or a particular columns, so all those things will be able to do that one. Okay, so that is all will be done through the DDL, that is nothing but data definition language. Okay, so I mean, maybe again, instead of explaining everything here and then repeating in the subsequent slides, I just, what I'll do is I'll just quickly go to that respective thing so that it can easy for us to explain. Okay. So now let's quickly understand the DDL operations. Okay. So when you look at the DDL operations here, we see it here, as we already discussed, DDL stands for Data Dictionary Language. And I just coined this word called CSAD operations. Okay. What is CSAD operations? CSAD is nothing but creating a table, okay, and then showing the list of tables, and then altering the table and dropping the table or deleting the table. That's what you are going to do then. Okay, and so we all know that if you are working on a particular database, you need to use school database. Just use and mention the database name school. Okay, that's what you are doing it here. Okay, so now the DDL operations. Now let's start. So for example, creating a table here. Okay, what I'm just doing it here, see here, syntax is given here, create. I mean, very interesting part of SQL is that it is like your English, the way you are telling it. For example, you create a table, the table name is so and so, and the table contains, okay, here just contains is nothing but within the bracket, and the column 1, column 2, column 3, and the column 1 has the data type. We have seen about the data types, right? What is the data type and what is the size of that data? So that also you are specifying it here, and whether the particular column is the primary key or not, that also you are going to specify it here. Okay, and then you are defining all the things like this. Very common sense approach only. You don't have to remember. And most of the time, I see candidates maybe totally by hearting the syntax and all not required. If you have the common sense approach, it will be easier. And just all that I need to do, I need to create a table, create table, and then what is the name of the table? You give the table name, and what is the table contains. The table contains so and so columns, and each of the column, what is the data type, what is the size of that. Okay, and again you will identify which is the primary key. You will be seeing that, right? I'm just giving an example here now. For example, create a table students. I'm just creating it here. Okay, what is that I do? Student ID. I'm just giving int, as you can see it here now. I'm using that int, and I'm just giving it within the bracket. I'm just giving the size of that. That means the pi length of the student ID will be pi. Suppose if you give six size of student ID, then the database will not accept it because your size limitation is this. Okay. Next is the student name. The student name I'm just given 25 characters now. Similarly, here you can just see it in one interesting part. I just given student underscore name I followed, student underscore ID I'm just following it here. But here I'm just giving father name, I'm just giving all upper camel case, I'm just giving it here, like F capital and name capital. But all these things here, lower character is part of it. Okay. So only that small recommendation is that the entire SQL we will not differentiate between the it is case insensitive. That means it is not case sensitive. That means whether you put this all the things in capital letter or whether you put it in small letters or camel case, all the things it doesn't make any difference. All one and the same only. Okay, but the recommended practice will be that you always follow the small letters for all the for creating the table names and creating the column names, right? You can see the student, I'm just casing all lowercase only, I'm just following it here. And one word to another word, if it is multiple words are there, just use an underscore. But you will be showing it as a single word only. They are doing it here. Okay. So this is what will happen is your typing also will be restricted, will be faster because you are typing only the lowercase letters. And readability also underscore you are giving, you are just differentiating between two words also, you can be able to improve the readability part of it. Okay. And assume that I just created it a father name like this, I created it here. And let's create it and see, then we'll come back and I'll explain the remaining things. So birth date, I've just given it here. I'm just giving data type as date. Okay, once you give a date, it automatically understand that format. And then remarks, I just giving varchar. See here I'm using varchar because my remarks can be as much length as possible. So I'm just giving a restriction up to 255. Because student name you can see it here, it is restricted it here. Okay, so let's first quickly create a table now and then we'll see. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here, and throughout the course what you can do is you can always, these materials are will be available to you. Just simply, you don't have to type it everything, just simply copy from the presentation and go to your MySQL workbench. Okay, and go there, and now that you just you already created the, let's refresh this and see whether all the things are available. Okay, so now let me refresh it here. Whether I have school database here? No. Okay, I just refreshed it just now. Then nothing is there. So let me create the school database. Okay, so create database school. I just done that one. I just create it now. Okay, the school is created now. Now refresh it here. You will see it here now, right? And then, as we discussed, which are the database you are working for, which you need to use. Simply use SCH for school. So when you're doing that one, this particular database is set for you. See, it is made now active. Okay. So now there are no tables existing here. Okay, I'm clicking it here. There is no tables existing. So now what I will do is here, I need to create the table. So I just, whatever I copied from there, I'm just putting it here. Right? Create table. What you should do, it should create a table called students. And what are the columns? Student ID, student name, father name, birth date, remarks. I'm just creating it here. Okay. And it's all the columns you are putting inside a bracket. So that is more important. And every SQL statement always ends with a semicolon. The semicolon indicates that you are end of the SQL statement. Okay. So that's what you are just doing it here. Now I simply just say execute. Okay. Now what it says, it has created it here. You will see it here. So here it is saying one warning it has given to me. Warning, what it is saying it here is integer display with deprecated is what it is saying it here. But let's keep it as it is. And then just now refresh this one. So what you need to do is here is either you can refresh it here. You can just click it here. Now you can see student, right? So when you click on the student table, this is the table now. Okay, when you click on this, you will know what are all the columns are there. What columns are there? You can just see all the columns are displayed here now, right? A column and each column properties you can just see it here. For the name, varchar 25, whatever we are given, all the properties will be shown to you now, right? All the things. But now that you have created the table, okay. So now I just want to see whether any data is available. For which what you need to do, click on these students, and towards you can see it here toward this and that's the data part. Click on this, you will see that there is no data existing here because we not yet populated any data of students, right? We just only created the table only. Okay. And similarly, suppose you want to know about the information that you are seeing about the table, you will just see the complete information about the table here. Okay. And suppose you want to just edit about the table, you can just see it here itself and you can see how the things are available. Okay, so you can just click on that and you can just here itself you can suppose whatever the modification you want to do, so you'll be able to do all of things. At this point I'm not going to explain that. This is the option that is available. I'm just showing it to you. Okay, so you can explore it at your own free time. Okay, so now what I'll be doing it here is, so now that I created the table now, as I discussed, I think that I created a father name. I just wanted to, I don't want the capital letter for F and N. So I just want to follow up on similar things. That means I already created the table, but I cannot again drop it and create it, right? Then in that case, I need to use alter. Okay. So we will see how to use the alter part of it here. Okay. So now what I'm saying, first we'll see all this to store tables. This also you can just use it now. I'm just clicking it here and then you can just go to workbench. What are all the tables existing in that particular database you want to see? There is only one table called student. Show tables, that's all. If you ask it to show tables, then it will be shown to you. Okay. The next step. Next again, let me go to the presentation. Suppose I now want to make the changes in the student table. So what I'm doing here, alter table. Which table you want to change that? You need to specify it. That's the table name I'm giving it here. And what do you want to alter? I just want to modify the column. Okay, whatever the column, the data type I just want to change. Maybe it may be data type or size I want to change. I can do that. Or if I want to add a new column, I can just also add a column. New one, I can add that one. If you want to add a primary key to that, suppose I forgot to put a primary key. See if you see it here, I have not created the primary key here. So now if I want to add primary key, still I'll be able to do that one. Okay. So all this, now what I'm just seeing it here, you can see alter table student, modify student name. Here I have given it here 25 characters. I thought okay 25 is not sufficient. I want to go for 30. So I can just simply say modify student name varchar 30. Got it? Okay. So now if you see it here, suppose this column name itself I want to rename. Okay, in that case what you do? Rename column father name to father underscore name. I just wanted to change it here. You see very straightforward. Rename column. Which column? Father name. And what to name, from rename to what? To father name. I need to change that one. That's what I'm just specifying it here. Okay. And also I just don't want to have this remarks column for my table. Okay, so I can also simply say drop column remarks. Also, I can just specify that here. Okay, and now I realize that I forgot to include the gender column into this. Okay, I can add gender varchar. Okay, and then also as I told that primary key I have not created it here. So add primary key and you have to specify when you say add primary key and what is the column which is considered as primary. So here the student ID only it can be unique, right? So I'm just giving it a student ID. You see, so many operations in a single thing I will be able to complete it here. Let us see it how it is being done. I'm just copying it here. So now I'm just showing it. I know see the database. Now I'm just selecting it here. You see alter table student modify or the same thing whatever you have copied. You'll be seeing it here now. Let me quickly execute this. So now you can see if you want to see the properties. Now you can just see. For example, now let me refresh it now. Refresh, right? I have a thing. Now you can see it here. The gender column got added, right? And you see father name, it got changed to uh, small lowercase letters. You will see that, right? And student name, you can see it here. 25 to 30, it got changed here, right? And yeah, these are the things that we have done now, right? So this how, and also primary key we added it here. So now you can just see it here. The primary key is created here. Okay, you can just see it here. PPK, it shows the primary key is available for this. That's what it is saying it here. So now that so primary key is defined now, it is over now, right? And once the primary key is created, it will be highlighting in the bold color. That's what you can see it here. Okay. So now that you can just see the same thing here, whatever I explained earlier, you can now see it here. The student ID, the primary key column, just get this one. Okay. And you can just see all the properties are also getting updated here, right? And you have option to edit all of them directly here itself. Okay, but I just am not explaining you everything in the using the interface. I'm trying to through SQL how you want to do that one, and the learning through interface will be very faster only you can do, right? Okay, so having done this one now, okay, so now let's see. I've created this now. Now that I decided, okay, I don't want this table to be there anymore. So what I need to do, I need to use drop table student. Simple, right? Earlier what we have seen is there, drop the name of the name of the database you are given it here, right? So now what you are doing, drop table and name of the table you are going to give it here. So now I'm just copying it here, drop. So here I just want to teach you one more thing because I don't want to delete that. I just want to keep it here and then paste it here. Suppose if you want to execute only this one, then you can use the second option here. Execute the statement under the keyword cursor where it is available. So when I'm just selecting this, then only this one only will be executed. Okay. So now it got executed now. The table got this one. Now you see it here in the if you refresh it here, you will not find it here. So now the table is no more existing, right? Whatever the table that we created, it is no more existing, right? So this is nothing but now you have understood what is the DDL operations, right? So now we are just going back to here. You can see how to create we have seen, how to alter we have seen, and similarly truncate also. You can just simply say truncate. You can put that one without. I will show you with the data. Then you'll be understand what truncate means. And then drop, rename, and all those things we have seen that, right? Dropping a column also we have seen, and dropping a table also we have seen that, right? Okay. So now let's go into the next topic of that. So now once again what I'll do is, since having done this one completely, and for our subsequent exercise, I just want to create the right one now. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, this is the correct table now. Okay, what is that it is having? So I'm just giving student ID. I'm just directly giving primary key here. Okay, while creating itself, I'm defining it here. That's the syntax. Okay, and then student name, I'm just allowing for 256 characters to be there, and father name also 256 characters to be there. Okay, and then birthday date we have seen, and age also I just introduced now. Okay, so that I just use this age, and so that we can compute and then store it also. Okay, and then gender, and also I just want to keep what is the average mark of the student at the student profile, so that anytime I will be able to know how to know this average mark. See it here, I'm just using it here numeric here. Okay, that means it can be both decimal or uh, yeah, typically that decimal numbers I'll be able to use it here. Okay. As I already mentioned, so table names, column names, all the classes that you will be using, etc., are not case sensitive in SQL. Okay. So what you need to do, whatever the data, for example, if a student name, always you know that student name will start with a capital letter. That means there you cannot tell that all the time we'll be using lowercase, right? As it is in India, for example, it may be city name or country name and all those things. So whatever the data is available, which is stored in the database, that can be case sensitive. But since the rest of things are not case sensitive, you can very well use the lower case so that faster. I mean, the uniformity throughout this your learning, you can follow that, and also in your day-to-day usage also you can follow the similar approach. Okay, so always it is recommended to use a lower case for table names, column names, and classes, and use underscore. That means between the words for better readability, like already I told, right? Like for example, if you're having a table name called student details, then you can use a student underscore details. So that this will, the table name will be very explicit. Or if your column names also, you can just have it like this. So that if you have three columns also possible, right? Sorry, three words also possible. Then you can separate them with underscore. But in any case, it should be a single word only. Okay, so that's what you need to remember very well. Okay, so now that what I'll do is for our subsequent exercise practices, I'm just creating this table. Let me go to MySQL workbench and then create it here. Okay, so for a change, what I'll do is I'll just create this one in the command line editor. So what I'll do, I just go here. So you can just see it here, create table, all the things is coming here. Okay, so no database selected, it says. So now what I'll do is use school. I'm just doing it here now. Now that you just paste it here, and you can just see it here that is got created now. Now you can make it a show tables. You can see that here student table is got created here, right? So both the way you are able to see, right? Now let's get into the next part of the session. I hope up to this you are able to follow, right? And so far what we have done, how to connect to a database, we have seen that one. And then how to create a database or schema inside the database. Okay. And then we also learned how to create a table and how to modify the table, how to drop the table, and all those things we learned it so far, right? Okay, so now let's get into the DML operations. Okay, so DML operations is nothing but data manipulation language, right? DML stands for that. So in all the operations, whatever you do, it is called as CRUD operation also, right? Why it is called CRUD operations? It will be like create, that means creating creating the records. Instead of calling it as insert, it will be creating a records. It's called. R stands for retrieval. Whatever the data is available in the table, you are retrieving it here. And then U stands for updating it, and D for deleting it here. Okay, so that's what you need to see. And here when you say data manipulation language, it is very straightforward now. Data means whatever the data that you are storing inside a table that you are trying to manipulate. That means you are inserting the table record, or you insert updating the record or deleting the record. You are dealing everything with the records right inside the table. So that is where it is called data manipulation language. Okay. So here also the syntax is very straightforward. You can see it here. Insert into table name values. What is the value? You are knowing the column names, right? For that column names, what are the values it should go, you can do that one. Okay, and this what is just an example. Insert into students, you know all the column names in the order, so you can just give the values for that. Okay, this is how you'll be able to do. Okay, so next one is, before understanding about the update and delete part, let's try to see how I'm just going to insert into the student table. Okay, now that you already have a student table, and you know that, right? Just to give you again, the first column will be student ID, and the next one will be the first name of the, I'm sorry, student name, and this will be the father's name, and this is the date of birth, and this will be the age of the student, and this will be the gender of the student, right? So if you see, these are the columns that we have it here: gender, age, all the things are available here. But if, for example, average marks is the one which we are just not including it here. So what I'm just doing it here. So before proceeding it, just purposefully I just create an error here, and then you will see that now. Okay. So now I'm trying to insert into student details. What will happen? We'll see. I mean, let's do it, and then you will understand the syntax better. So now I'm inserting into student. Okay. So let me refresh it here also. So now that I created, right, I know what are all the columns, right? Student ID, student name, father name, birth date. So student ID, student name, father name, birth date, age and gender is available. Average marks, there is no value available here. Okay. So now I'm just saying insert into student values. I'm just giving it here. So now what will happen, we'll see. Okay. So now let me run this. Okay. So immediately it gives me an error. What is the error it is giving? The column count does not match the value count because here so many columns are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns are there. But whereas you have only 6 of the data is only available. Okay. Then what is the average marks I need to take it? Okay. So since I don't have any value, so it doesn't, it's not matching to this. Okay. So for which what you can do is I just simply take, because the average mark, let me take it as for time being 0 value. I'm just giving it here. That means now what happens, for every column there is a value given here, right? All are separated by commas. Okay, and you are not going to specify any column names here. Simply you are just saying insert into a very common language only, right? Where you have to insert into the student table only. So that's why the normal language you can see insert into the student table. What you want to insert, the values you want to insert, the values are in this order. That's what is available. So it goes and sit into that, right? Here you can see it here, all the 6 and now 7 values I have given it here. Now if you execute it here, you are able to do that one here. Whether it is done or not, how do I know that? Okay, so now simply as I told, you go to the student table, and the last one is there, right? You just click on that. There's nothing but it is data part. Okay, so right click, you can also see it here. There is a select rows, it is option available. Okay, so you can just see it here. This one particular student data got inserted now. Student ID, Pranay, Aswin, whatever I given, they all came here now, right? So that means one record got inserted now, right? So now let's quickly get into the presentation now. So now that I could able to do that one, okay. So you also understood why it was initially not inserting it here and then later it is inserting it now, right? Because here you are not specifying the column names, so that means you are expected to give all the columns what is the value need to be there. Okay, so that's how it will be done. Okay, the next, updating the record. So now I need to update the records here. So for which I need to do is I just suppose I want to change the student name. Instead of Pranay, I just wanted to give the initial of the student also, right? That means Pranay, or I just wanted to update it. So that means I need to update this one. And similarly, birth date also, I just want instead of 2010-15, I want to change it to 2001. Sorry, 2001. I mean October 15th instead of December 20th. I want to change it. Okay, which student? The student is 101 only, right? So that particular student ID only I need to update it. That's what I'm just going to do it here. Okay, so here if you see it here, let me copy this now. Okay, and then I'll explain you the syntax completely. So now just put the update statement here. You can just see again straightforward English, right? Update. Which one you want to update? You want to update the student details table, right? Student table. And what you want to update? You want to set, right? You want to set the student name to be Pranay, or you want to change it. And the birth date, I want to change it to I mean the new date, whatever I want to give it here, and where for whom I need to update it, the particular student ID number equal to 101, then ID number. Suppose that if the multiple students are there, then if all the records will get updated, right? So that's where we need to give the particular record for that. Okay, so it's a straightforward English, right? And here, if you look at it here, each and every, for example, this is the syntax: update student set. You need to put it here, and all the columns, each column wise, you can just see, you can just say comma separated, right? And if your multiple columns are there, you will have to keep on doing the multiple columns here, and then you will have a where statement, and then where you'll be giving it here, which records you are going to update it. Okay, so that's a simple one. I'm just demonstrating it here. Okay, so this one, I mean, there is no necessary that you need to write it like this only. Okay, so you can write the entire thing in a single line as well, right? You just see it here. I can just put everything in a single line. This also it will work. This also will be equally good only. Okay. Then what I suppose I have it like this in a single line, but I just want to put it in a similar way what it was earlier. Okay. There is, I mean, again, you cannot do all the things again, right? So further, there is an interesting option available. It's called Beautify. Okay. When you click on Beautify, you see it very nicely. It puts everything in a beautiful format, right? I'm just putting it here. Okay. Right. So now that I given it here, let me execute this. Okay, now I updated it here, but I need to see that one whether it is got updated or not, right? So how do I do that one? Okay, so there is the two ways I can do. One is like what we are actually normally doing is you just go here and click on that data. You'll be able to see it here. You see it here. Now the name got changed and the date of birth also got changed, right? So both of them are changed now. Okay, so this is how we'll be updating the records. We will be doing little more deep dive, but just only want you to understand the concept here. Okay, so here by now you would have already noticed that instead of going here, I can just directly type it, select star from students. I can just simply put that one, it will take care of that. Okay, so let me do it here again for your thing. Select star from students. That means you select all the details from the students table. I mean, star means all the column data. Okay, so I'm just executing it here. You'll be able to get that one. Okay, so I need not have to every time go here and do through a basic SQL statement itself. I can do that one, right? Okay. Now let me go to the presentation again. And let's see how to delete the record. Now that I inserted the record, updated the record, now I need to see how to delete it, right? So when I'm deleting it also, I need to put the same where condition because I'm just deleting a particular student record only. I'm just doing it here. Even if you don't put it also, you still will be able to delete because now that you have only one record, even if you don't include this where the student ID, if you don't include also, it will be only one record only gone. Suppose assume that if you have hundreds of records, then if you simply do a delete from student, then what will happen? All the records will be deleted accidentally. So just to ensure that at least you give the where condition so that you will not miss it. Okay. Okay. And so now that I just put this one delete. Okay. I'll do two ways. One so that I'll introduce the concept of truncation also. Okay. So here now I'm just deleting it here. Right? So now delete from student where student ID equal to this one. Now I'm just putting it here and then say execute. When I do this, now the data got deleted. So now let's see now. As I told you now, just I can simply put select star from students. So now if I look at it here, there will not be any record. Let's see. So that now that record got deleted. So no records are existing here. Right? So this is about the how do we work with the DML operations. Okay. So now Now let me create the same record. Okay, maybe I'll do until the later part of time. I just to show you how the truncate will work. Okay, if you want to remove all the data, two ways: either you delete also you can do that one, or truncate also you can do that. Both are one and the same only. Okay, and now let's go to the presentation. So we had seen now till now. So now having done the basic operations, okay, so we will do a little more deep dive in that. Okay, so let's create a table which has 10 different student details here. Okay, right? I just this is the 10 students, their names, their father name, birth date, age, gender, all things are given here. Okay, and you can also notice that for some students there is no date of birth is given here, and some because of that there is no age also not available. And for a couple of some students there is a gender also given empty. Okay, and you can also notice that the gender as male, female, and other category also available. Okay, so this is the basic thing you would have seen it here now. Okay, right. So now what I'll do is I just use the same table. Now I want to create this one. How do I create this table, right? So for which I only pre-created the content here. Okay, so what I'll do is here only I have my student table. Okay, now that I dropped the complete data. Okay, so now I wanted to insert all the things. Okay, now if you see it here, when I'm inserting with the column names, now earlier whatever you have done, just again going back so that you'll have an understanding here. I'm just only saying insert into table values only. I'm just giving it here. All the values I'm expected to give. Okay, but there is one more method to do it. So what is that method is that I mean insert into student. Okay, I'll just specify the columns, which are all the columns, and what are the values for that. Okay, so here what happens, I just given the student ID and the name, father name, and the date of birth, and the gender I given it here. And here the average marks there is no need because I have not included that column here. So that means there is no need and I need to worry about the average marks here. Are you getting it here? So that means this is a good practice also, so that you will always suppose some there are sometimes you will be just adding in new columns into the table, but you may not have the data defined here. Okay, so that is the reason always a good practice to go with this insert a table and also specify the column names, and then you just put the values. So then what will happen for that columns, that particular values will be sent. Okay, so now I'm just using this one. Now you see without the average also marks it is able to insert it here. So let us see it here now. So now if you want to see whether the data got inserted or not, we already seen. So now every time instead of doing this, I'll just keep it here. Select from students. So you can also see, notice that this the student table will automatically comes here. You just simply select it here. That will take care. Okay, the shortcut also will be there. So now that I'm just here, I'm just selecting this and then executing it here. Now that if you see it here, there is one select star from student. Sorry, I need to execute this. Okay, so you can see it here. Now this value is it got inserted now. Okay, right. The next and I'm trying to insert the same value. You see, actually this happened actually. Suppose I'm trying to insert the same value again. You see it here. I'm just executing it here. It is giving me an error. Why it is giving me an error? Because I cannot have a duplicate student ID with the same number as one, right? So the student ID is primary key. That's what we have defined. So that means it will not allow you to enter that one. Okay. So that's why it is always a good practice to define your primary key, foreign keys, and everything, so that the junk data will not get entered into the system. Okay. Then fine. So now let's get into the now this is one way of entering it here. I will also show you the other way of doing it one more. Sorry. So now, without specifying the column names, I'm just adding one more student name here. The same thing what we have done earlier. I'm just using the same thing, but here you can see it here after gender that average marks also I'm just giving by default 0 value, so that because I am not specifying any columns, I'm just using that. So this is also possible. So this is but for the student number 2, I'm just entering it here. Okay. So now what I'll do, I just enter it for student number 2. So let me execute only this particular statement alone. Okay. So now I'll execute this statement now. Now the second student also got entered into this. Okay, because I given the average marks is 0, that has come here, but here there is no average mark, it is null empty. Okay. I hope you are able to follow up to this. Okay. So next is, I mean, as it mentioned earlier, this is not a recommended practice actually. Okay. So you need to make sure that always you are having a proper columns defined the way we have defined it here. Okay. And now that till now we have seen how the records are getting inserted one by one. Okay. Now if I want to insert multiple records, so how do I do that one? Same thing only, you can see it here, insert into student, all the columns, whatever you want to have, all the things are specified it here. Okay. So you are just closing all the columns and then you are giving values. Okay. After this is same only. And this value is what you are seeing it here, you see it here. For each and every student, one record is created and that you are putting inside the bracket itself. And then you are again opening a comma for the next record. Same way till the end, you are just continuing it. That's the only difference, nothing will be doing it here. Okay. So now what I'm just doing here, I'm just selecting the entire content. Okay. I'm just copying it here and I'm going here. Now I'm just doing complete insert. Now all the multiple things I'm just doing it here. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'm just selecting it here and then executing this. And then now I'm just going here and then I'm just trying to display the entire student details. Sorry. When I click on this, now you can see it here. Now all the students 1, 2, and then the 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 10 student details I just created into the system. Okay. You would have noticed that there is a birth date not available in these cases, and there is no age defined for these cases, right? And then also no gender also specified here, right? And then average marks also not computed here also because I just only specified a particular column and pass the values here. Okay. I hope you are able to follow up to this. The same way I'll be able to do updating now, right? Updating we have seen each one, I mean individual records you want to see it here. Okay. Now for example, student number 4, I want to change the father name to Andrew. Okay. So if you want to change Andrew, what I need to do? Just I need to update student, set father name equal to, I'm just giving it here. It is only one single column. I'm just updating it here. Okay. So I'm just taking this. Now you can just see it here. I mean, student number 4, the father name currently shown as Thomas. Okay. But you are changing it to Andrew. Okay. So let us do that update now. I'm just only updating only a single column value here. Okay. Set father name. I'm just updating it here where I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now let me execute that particular portion of. So I've updated it here. Now let me see that one. And now you can see it here. The student number 4, the father name got changed now. Okay. Right. So now let's go to the next one. Now suppose if I have multiple columns we have seen earlier. Okay. I want to update the father name and also the gender. I need to change it here. Okay. Okay. So now the name, father name is Thomas. Again, I need to bring it back. And then the gender currently it is showing as, let us see what is the gender now. Okay. So now if you see it here, gender is now currently shown as female, but I want to update it as male. Okay. So now let's go to that. This is how you will be doing the multiple column values. Column, again I'm repeating it here, multiple columns here. Okay. So now how do I do that multiple columns? I'm just, as I already explained, so each and every column, after set, you need to define each and every column, okay, separated by comma, and then the condition. Now it's the fourth student that you are doing it here. So now simply you just say update. So now that update is done, now I need to just see here execute. Okay, now you can see it here, fourth student. Right now the name also changed to Thomas again back, and then the gender also changed to male now. Okay, so now the boy. Now I just want to explain some more things to you here. And you see at this bottom, every transaction, whether it is completed or not, how many got updated, and all the details you'll be able to see it here now. Right? We have opened the select statement, then it is showing 10 records are returned. And update statement you have done, one record got affected, so it got updated now. Okay. So like that, it is giving all this information. Suppose you don't want this information to be shown like this all the time. So you just simply right click and you have option to clear it also. Okay, and you can also put it into a script also. You can copy them also to and store it separately. What else repeatedly used things also you can do. Okay, so for time being, I'm just clearing it here so that you'll not find anything here. Okay, there is nothing but a log of what are the activities you have done and what is output that is generated by the system. You'll be able to see. Okay, okay. Now let's go back to the presentation again. So now that we have seen our single column, how we are updating it here, and multiple columns, how we are updating it here for a same record. Now, if you want to update multiple records, for example, I just want to update all the students. Okay, their records. I want to change the gender as male. I want to update it completely. Okay, so then what will happen? You'll see. So here, I think that I'm just doing it here. Update student, set gender male. Then what will happen when I'm seeing a student, set gender male, when I'm seeing I'm not given any condition which student I need to update kind of thing. I'm just put gender column, everything should be male. That's what is going to happen now. Okay, let me see it here whether it happens or not. So now it happens. I mean, 4 rows got changed and the remaining and all that. So now let's see. See now 10 rows reflected. You see it here. All the cases it is updated. Okay, but this is actually a mistake actually. Okay, because the developer or maybe the DB who is working on that, he might have instead of specifying the student condition, he would have directly updated everybody to gender male. Okay, so in such cases, how we need to do that one? You need to take the backup copy and you need to restore the data, and then you have to whatever the data is available, you need to update it from there. Okay, that's how it can be done. Okay, suppose if you want to avoid now, if you try to there is now I'm just introducing the two concept. Okay, so now that I have done this activity, but there is no way I can just get it back. Okay, even if some of you may be knowing about the rollback command. Okay, now that I updated everything, I have seen that everything mail. I'm just putting it as a rollback. Okay, rollback means it will retrieve. I mean, it will put it back to the earlier update. Okay, I'm just putting it here. I done that one, but you cannot do that rollback. Okay, okay. Why you cannot do the rollback is that is since it is already committed to the database, you cannot do that kind of rollback. Okay, so for this kind of things only, what you need to do is you need to follow some best practice called whenever you are doing that update part. Okay, okay. First you have to begin update. You need to use begin statement. Okay, Okay. So here what you need to do is before starting the performing the update statements, I'll show you what you need to do. So now let me take here. We start with begin. Okay, I'm not using rollback now. When I say begin is set here, and then I'm just updating student set gender equal to female. Now that everything I put it as male, now I'm just putting everything into female now. Okay, so let us see how what it happens now. So now I just say execute everything. So all the things are affected. It is coming back now. Okay, so 10 days are this one. Now let us see. Let me do select star from students, right? So now let me execute this. You see everything is becoming female now. Okay. Now at least I wanted to now because before female it was all are male only, right? I want to get back that one. Now what I do? Roll back. I just do. Okay. Now if I just execute this. Okay. Now again just let me execute the statement. Now you see everything it has become as male. Okay. So that is the reason whenever you are performing update statement or delete statement, please make sure that you use begin and so that you have option to roll back. Okay. So this way you'll be able to minimize the transaction failures. If anything accidentally something happens, when you realize it, you'll be able to roll back and you can get it here. Okay. I hope you are able to understand what is the rollback, right? And when you know rollback, there is also something called commit. Okay, that means you are permanently writing into the database commit when you say that. Okay, and by default, MySQL Workbench gives by default everything is committed only. Okay, unless you are starting with begin. Okay, so that means what happens is the transactions will be shown for you only, but it will not reflect to the others that unless you commit it, they will be able to see the whole data only. Okay, now coming back. I hope now you are clear about the updating of the records, right? I mean, the single column, multiple column, and multiple records. How to do about it? Now, similar way, let us do the deleting of the records. Okay. So now that you have done all the update part, now let me take the delete. So deleting again a single record. I mean, a single record. I just want to do that one. Okay. So delete from student where you are going to give the student ID number equal to 4 you want to give it. Okay. So now I'm just going it here. So now I'm just putting everything back again. So delete from student where student ID equal to 4. That means that particular student number like Shara, the record will not be no more existing. Let us see whether it happens or not. I deleted it now. Let me use now select star. So students, I'm just selecting it here now. Okay. So when I'm doing this now, you see now Sarah is no more available. Student number 4 is no more available. Right? So this is deleting a single record. Now that if I want to delete multiple records, okay. So let me just take an example. Like here, I see that a lot of people with age of 14 are available, or 16 are also available. Suppose I want to delete all the people who are having the age as 14. I want to delete. Okay, that means you are doing multiple records deletion, right? Okay. So for which what I'll do is now I'm just delete from student where okay instead of gender here I just change it to because anyway mail if you put it all the records will be getting deleted, right? So instead I just put age 14. I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now let's say here copy. Now go to workbench. Let me execute this. Now let me run this and see. Now you can see it here, all the people who are having, all the students who are having age as 14, their records are no more existing here. It means multiple records, you are able to delete it now. Okay, where that particular condition is met. Okay, then suppose if I want to delete the entire content in the table. Okay, so now what I need to do, simply just put delete from. Now there are about how many records are available here. Okay, there are about 7 rows are available, right? So now I just wanted to simply to select this, you remove that where condition part of it, delete from student. That's what I are going to do now. Okay, so now I'm just selecting it, that one. So now it got deleted, 7 rows got deleted now. Let me run this and see. See, there is nothing is available now. Is that clear? So that means by this way, what we have done is we are able to delete that. Now, suppose if you want to retrieve it back, will I be able to get it back? I can't. Now, let me try to do the rollback. I deleted it. Let me see rollback. Okay, I'm doing rollback now, right? And so let me see whether the rollback has had any effect or not. Okay, let me select now. Select start from student. There is nothing because it's already committed for that. So again, whatever we followed for the updating of the records, the same way you need to do that. You need to start with the begin, and then you'll be able to do this one. Okay, so let me now try it and show it to you. So now for that, again I need to insert all the records. Okay, what I'll do is I just for a demo purpose, I just copy again same thing and just insert into this. So now what I'll do is I just say insert all this record. Okay, and let me execute this particular statement. Okay, 8 rows are getting inserted now. Okay, so now I'm just interested to make sure that when I'm deleting it, it is not suppose accidentally I delete it, it should not be going, right? So for that, what I'll do, begin, I'll just do, right? Once the begin is done, so what I'm just doing it here now, I'm not using rollback now. For example, I just begin this, okay, and then I just select this one from the student. Now let me see that all the records, I mean, say 8 records are available now. Okay, 8 records are there. Now I just want to do the delete option. Okay, so now let me go to the delete option. So now delete from students, I'm directly giving it here. Now I'm just executing this transaction. So what will happen? All the records will be deleted now. Okay, now let me see whether it got deleted or not. Again, what I'll do, I'll just use this. I just see that one. See, all the records have got deleted. But I want to retrieve it back to the original form. Then what I need to do, I need to use the rollback option, right? So what I'll do is, now I will introduce rollback. Okay. So now when I say click on this, again, please always notice that whenever I want to execute particular statement, I'm just selecting that, the cursor there, and then going for the second option here. Okay. Because if you try to do from the beginning, the first one, if you select it, everything will be executed right from the beginning. Okay. So that's why I need to be very careful. And I'm just putting the rollback, I'm just clicking it here. Now that what happened is the rollback is given now. So now say again, just check it this one, select start from student, you just click on that and see, you should be able to get it back. Sorry, I need to, okay, sorry. So what happened is now got deleted because the entire line got executed. Again, delete also got executed. Just let me just do one more thing. Let me remove everything now. So that insert again, I'm just executing it here so that all the records will be inserted. Okay. Now let me say begin. right? Now let me say mm, delete from students. Okay, so I given delete from students now. Okay, now let me remove all these things so that we will not have any confusion. Okay, delete from student. Let me execute this. Okay, so done now. So now what I'll be doing here is, now I just say, select chart from students, right? So now let me see whether it got deleted or not. So now run, you see that everything got deleted. Okay, so now what I'll do is, I'll just say rollback. Okay, I'm just executing only this now. Okay, so rollback is happened. Now I just want to execute this. I'm just selecting this. I'm just executing this. Okay, so delete. Okay, let me just check it here. The rollback I'm not able to demonstrate now, but it will be possible to get it back. Okay. Okay. So this way it will be, this how it can be done to ensure that the whatever the data that is done, will be able to get it back. Okay. Then there comes the DQL operations. Okay. So far whatever we have done is seen is that how to you insert a record, how do you update a record and delete a record, only you have seen that one. Okay. So now that the next one is about the DQL operation is nothing but data query language. Okay. So data query language is nothing but the retrieving the data. Okay. From the tables whatever we have, right? So how do we do that one? And there are many concepts in that. We'll just quickly go through that as well. So if you look at the data query operations, okay, so just basic structure you need to understand now. So till now, knowingly or unknowingly, you would have come across, we have done select star from students we gave. That means that you select star when you give it, that is nothing but the select class. Okay, you are following that. And you also followed from table, that is the name of this table you give it as students. That is nothing but the from class. Okay. And there is something called join class that I'll explain. And join will be done on particular table. So that's why join class will come here. And then where class you would have seen now. Where student ID equal to, you put that one. Okay, that condition, whatever you are giving it here. So that's nothing but you are filtering that data, right? Then there are other things like group by, having class, order by, and limit class. Okay, so these things are available. Just let me explain one after the other. And so typically, if you look at it, select class, specify the column to be retrieved from the database. What are the columns you want to have it, right? That's what we are doing it now. Then from means which are the tables or views from where you are going to select it here. Okay. And then join means there, if you have multiple tables, you have to join the tables and get the data, right? That is the one of the features of the RDBMS, right? So that's what I'll be doing that one here. Okay. And then you have the where class, it is nothing but it will filter out. For example, I'm just only interested in the student who are all male or female or maybe age better greater than or less than. So like that I'll be just putting that one, right? And then group by is nothing but I just group all the things and then find out, for example, all the male students, I can group them and find out what is the average mark scored by the male students, what is the average marks scored by the female students I can do, or what is the total count of male and female in the school. So like that I'll be able to do. Okay. Having class is nothing but on the group, whatever you are doing it, and for that, if you want to have any filtering is on the record row level data, and having is on the applying filtering for the group level data. Okay, so maybe we'll be with an example. I can demonstrate you what it means. Okay, then order by, when you are having a set of records and you may be interested to see all the students in the alphabetic order, or you might be interested to see all the student, or maybe age, maybe people with highest age on the top and lowest age at the bottom in the descending order. If you want to see, all the things will be possible. Okay, then the last one is called as a limit class. The limit class will tell you how many records you just want to have it. Okay, so that is what the limit class will do. Okay, so before we get into this, okay, so what we'll do is again we'll recreate it, because now that we deleted all the records, okay, so we will again create the records in the system, and then we will continue. For example, I'm just creating these records. So let me delete all of them. Now, for example, in this scenario, I just show you how the multiple things will execute. Okay. So now I'm just putting it here, and I'm just taking the next one and copying it here, and that one also I'm just putting it here. And then I have the third one is nothing but all the things put together. And you know that there is no record that is existing in the student table, right? So now I have all the three set of queries. I have it here. Okay, this one, and this. Okay, now I want all of them to be executed. Okay, instead of one by one selecting and executing it, I want all of them to be executed in that. So for that, what I need to do, I just go here. When you say execute the selected portion of the script or everything, if there is no selection, if it is there, I not selected any of them, right? Then what I'll do is I just execute everything. Okay, so now just simply put here. Now you see it here totally how many records are created. One record created here, one more record created here, and then 8 records. So totally the 10 records are got created now. So you want to confirm it, just go, and then you can just simply use the data point. You'll be seeing that all the 10 records are created here. All right. Okay. So this is how it will be done now. Now let's quickly see how I mean the DQL operations. We'll see what all things can be done. Okay. So if you look at the DQL operation now, some sample I'm just running it here, and so that you will find that how it will be the different ways it can be done. For example, till now we have been doing it select star from students, right, which we are always comfortable, right? So now select star from students. You can see all the 10 records are shown here. That means when you say select star means here all the columns in the table. Okay, that is the meaning of the star here. Okay, and the next is select student ID, student name, birth date, gender. Only specified columns in the table you want to specify that. So now the second case. Okay, I'm just selecting it here. Now I'm just executing it here. You can see it here. Whatever the columns I specified, only those columns are getting displayed here. You can see it here. All the 10 rows are there, but only the specified column data only I'm getting it here. Okay. I hope now you understood the difference between using star and then specified columns, right? Then next, but I don't want the if you see it here, the student underscore ID, student underscore name, birth underscore date, gender, like this it is showing it here. I don't want this underscore and all those things to be shown like this in the heading. I want to have my own way of representing this column headings. Okay, so how do I do that one? So let us see this example. Let me write this and show it to you. So now you can see it here. I'm just saying every column has whatever the way I want it. It's nothing but alias it creates. As ID student instead of student underscore ID, I just say ID student underscore name is there. I just want to keep it as capital name, and birth date I just keep it as birth, but only one word only should be there. That's one condition you need to have. You cannot have birth space date. You cannot have it. Okay, it should be a single column only, and then gender as capital gender. Like this, I want to have it. This is nothing but alias names you are giving to the columns. Okay, so now that if I just execute and see, you can see it here, the ID, name, even though the database field names are totally different, but my display names, I can always change the way I want it. So that is the advantage of having these aliases. Okay. And then next one we'll see. Next one is that even with a as, I can give it here, or if I give space and then I give it here ID, that's also same as what it was done earlier. So that means it understand that the first one is the actual field name and the second one will be the alias name. This is the actual field name and this is the alias name. Okay, so this is also one more way of doing that. Right, you can see that there is no difference in that. Okay, either you can use as or not as. And then next you will have the, I just want to show about the limits. So suppose I do, currently if you see all the 10 records are shown. Okay, I just want to show only the 5 records, the first 5 records I want to show it here. Okay, simply copy and then take 5 records. So now if you see it here, limit I'm just giving it here, then it shows only the 5 records here. Okay, so for example, if you have, you might be having thousands of records or millions of records will be there, but you may not, you don't want to display all of them in one click, right? So you want to just display maybe first 10 records and the next 10 records, like that you want to do that one. So in such cases, this will be of very useful. Okay, and this will all will improve your performance of your database also when you retrieve the data in a smaller chunks. Okay, and then next comes the, I mean the order by class. So here just you can see it here, and if you before that you can notice it here. Okay, now let me remove the limit part. Let me take all. Let me put that. So now select star from student. Now I'm just I'm not giving order by. Okay, so what will happen? You see different order it is coming. J, E, M, and all are in different orders. Okay, so when I use order by student name, that means the student name column you are ordering it. Okay, but here I'm not saying whether it is ascending or descending. I'm not saying that here. Okay, so when I'm not specifying that, it always means that it is in ascending. Okay, so now with that, if you can see it here now. So now you see all the names are coming in the ascending order. Okay, and even if I give A ascending is ASC, even if you give ASC also, it means one and the same. Okay, if specify, don't specify also, no problem. But if you want to have it in descending, then you need to put DESC. Okay, when you say descending, then you can see all of them coming in descending order. Right? I hope you are able to follow now. Okay, so there is one. This is what we have seen it now. Okay, now suppose, I mean, this will explain about the order by part of it. Okay, and the next is about the where class, right? Where class, this is an example. For example, all the mail only you want to have the records. Okay, I'm just selecting copy here. Okay, now if you see it here, there are I mean how many mails are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 are there. Okay, mail. Okay, that means if I just only want to have only the mails, then I just see, I give where gender equal to male. I'm just giving it here. Okay, so now you can see it here that 5 of the records are coming up here. Are you getting it here? Okay. So one thing is very important, that any data that you are checking inside the database and do, you have to put it in single quote. Okay. So the all the SQL statement request a single quote need to be used here. Okay, and then the one more thing is even if it is in case of number, you don't have to use a single quote. Okay, so only for string data you'll be using the single quote. So that one part you need to remember that. Okay, now that let's quickly take a group by part. Okay, so group by, I'm just putting that one. So now, for example, I just want to have a count of the student ID and gender wise. I want to group it by gender. Okay, that means total how many females are there, total how many male are there, or other categories are available. So if you just see it here, you see it automatically calculates. I mean, male, 5 people are there, female, 3 are there, and null, there is also null record also available, one and one other. Okay, so that's how you'll be able to see the count also. Okay, so that means what you are using count here and then you are using group by here. Okay, and in more details we'll be studying it. Just only it is a basic introduction about all the classes. Okay, what are all the different classes are available here, you can use it. And then here the last one is about the having class, right? Having class is nothing but, see, now that we have this we have now the group data, you are having it here. What is the group data you are having? Male, female, and others, all you are having it here. Okay, in this also I just wanted to see where the count is more than 3. Okay, that only you show it, or where the count is more than or equal to 3. Okay, I just put you what is the having class. Now that you've seen that, right, there is this 4 records are there. In this 4 record also, I don't want to see only which is having count more than 3 or 5. I want to see, I can do that. Okay, now what I'm just doing is count student ID and gender from student group by having count student ID greater than, the count of student ID is greater than 3. I'm just giving it here. That means there will be only one record only it should retrieve. Let us see what it gives. You see, there's only one record only it is coming. Okay, so one always understand that having is nothing but it is a filtering on the group data. Okay, right? So that means having, you can always see that it is always follows by the group by. Okay, the order also very important here. Okay, always follows by group by only. Okay, having said here, now I just want to inform you all that you need to follow the structure. Okay, so this is the structure in which all the things can be specified. You cannot have group by before where class, or you cannot have having before this one, or you cannot have order by before group by. Okay, so this order you need to follow it here. Okay, you may have, you may not have, but if you are having all of them, then this is the order you need to have. For example, I may not specify limit class, or I may not have a having class, or I may not have order by class. That's fine. But if you are having that, this is the order you need to follow for it. Okay. I mean, these are all some of the interesting questions that may asked during the interviews. Okay, so they may give a sample SQL statement and then ask you to identify which is all the correct one. So if you are fundamentally clear on this, then you'll be able to do. Okay. Okay. So now having given it examples here, okay, and always how the system will execute the query. Okay, so we can just see it here. Always it looks for the joins and looks for the from which is the table and what joins are available, that will looks for that. And then it looks for the where condition. Okay, and it filters the data. On the where condition, it tries to apply the group by and having part of it. Then it retrieves all the records and then it puts in the order. And then what are the number of items need to be shown, that will be taken into it. So this is the typical order of execution, and it may vary based on the context also. Okay, but this is how typically it will be done. Okay, this is also another basic things you all need to know, that how the execution order, the SQL statement will look into it. Okay, then coming to the next one is having discussed about the different classes. Okay, so we'll go now deep dive. Okay, so till now just only we have taken a sample examples here. and for different things. For example, from class, select class, and then limit, order by, group by, right? And then group by and having class, all things we have seen that here. So we will take a deep dive now. So let's start with the join class. Okay. So before getting to join class, to join means you are joining one or two tables together, right? So that means I have a table called A and I have a table called B, and then I'm trying to join them and trying to retrieve the records from that. Okay. So that is where the joins are conditioned, and there are 7 different types of joins are there. Okay. So this is what pictorially represented here. Okay. So what is that means? You are selecting all the records in table A, okay, and which is all the records, and then the B, whichever is not having common with A, that will not be selected here. Okay, that is why it is called as left inclusive. That means only the, because before that you need to understand A is completely the table A and B is completely the table B, and there are certain data which have intersection between A and B. There is a references for that. Okay, that means if the data is available both in A and B, then it will be done. Okay, if both are existing, then it is called as inner join. Okay, whatever the things are available here and if same equivalent records are available here with the same references, then we call it as inner join. Okay, suppose you are having data here, but the related things are not available here, means that they will take all the data from A, then that means it is left join because you are giving importance to the A side of the table. Similar way, you will be taking all the records in the right side of the table, then it is called right join. Okay, that means right inclusive all the data irrespective of whether A is having any reference to this B or not, all the data will be taken here. Okay, and then left exclusive. Exclusive means what? Only dedicatedly available for A. Okay, there is no common between A and B also. Only this is not existing in B. Only are dedicated available. The record that are only available in A only you will be taking that. Similar that means exclusive. Okay. Similarly, B right exclusive means only this alone, this portion of the data only you will be taking it here. Okay. I hope we are able to follow now. Okay. And what is that full join means? It is to be like all the records in A and all the records in B, you will be taking it. Okay, so that is called full join. Okay, and this is interesting feature is that whatever is common, you are not taking it, and only exclusive A, whatever is available, exclusive B, whatever is available, both will be taking it, but common one you are not taking it here. Okay, and first you need to understand that there are 7 different varieties of joins available. Okay, and most of the cases you will be following that inner join where the the references of for both the tables are existing. Okay, this one normally we will be following that one, and these things will be used based on the your use case. You will be extensively using them. Okay, so but this is the common join that you will be following it. As long as that you remember it, that's fine. Okay, so to understand what it means with an example table, then you will be understand better. Okay. So assume that we already have a students table, we have it. Okay. So now quickly we will create a student marks table, we will create one. Okay. So let me create student marks. Okay, copy, and then let me go here. Now let me create it now. So create table student marks and just creating it here, now executing it here. So the table is created. Now we can just have a look at it here also. Just all that you need to do is just go here and refresh on. Okay. So now you can see it here, the student marks table with all the required columns have been created now. Okay. Now let's quickly get into we'll insert some records into that. Then after that I'll explain the record also. Okay. So now I'm just having the script to insert the record. So now what I'll do is just click on this. I just insert the records. But if you before inserting the record, you just notice it here that I have only records for the students 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have the record for them, and 11, 12. There are two records also created here. Okay, right. So now I'm just again I'm repeating it here. I have a record, student marks record for student 1, student 2, student 3 for the subject maths and science. Okay. And whereas for the student 11, 12, also I have mathematics, science and mathematics, science, I also have the details for that. Okay. But if you've seen that in our, okay, let me complete this one and I'll explain. So now what I'm doing, I'm just inserting this. So now my student marks table. Okay. So if I go here and then see it here, now all my records are available here. Okay. Now again, if you see it here, my student IDs are 1, 2, 3 is available. But 11 and 12, if you see, if you go to my student table, do I have 11 and 12? I'm not at all having it here, right? But I have 1, 2, 3, I mean up to 10, I'm having it here. 11 and 12 students details are not at all available in the students table. Okay, but whereas in the marks table, that is available. Okay, so now you know now, right? Student marks table has the data of 1, 2, 3 students, and then 11 and 12 students, which is not available in the students table. Okay, right. Now that with these two tables, we'll try to understand the joins one after the other. Okay. So now that I created the two tables available, so now this is the data which we are just now we have seen that one what we created. Okay. As we discussed, and if you are in a relational database, you will be combining the different tables and you will be generating the data. Okay, that's retrieving the data. So when you have to do that to combine that, there are different ways of combining the data of two different tables, and there is a concept called joining. Okay, so like assume that there are two tables A and B, and A is, for example, in our case, we'll take A as the student's detail, and B may be the student marks, whatever they scored that is maintained in a separate table. Okay, so now what we need to do is you need to find the different joining requirements. Okay, so normally in our day-to-day things, what will be following will be like, I mean, if all the students who are there in A table and their details which are available in B table only will be trying to retrieve it. Okay, so by default we will be following the inner join only most extensively. Okay, so there are scenarios where you would like to have, for example, whether I have the student marks or not. Okay, I want to list out all the students that are there in the system. Okay, so in that case I'll be following complete left join, wherein it will be having all the things, all the students, but whether they have their marks details available or not, I'm not worried about that, but I'm just interested only those students. Okay, see here in the right join, what happens is I just irrespective of the right join, I have all the students, but they where all the marks whatever available, I will be taking it completely. But I may have data or I may not have data. So those which are the not having data in the students table, I will not consider that. That is what it means here. Okay. So now, I mean, without explaining further, I just show you an example. Then after these two cases, then we'll continue the remaining part of it. Okay. So now if you look at it here, so now I just copy this. I mean, before copying, let me explain here. I'm just selecting a table, okay, and I'm just select from where I'm just selecting it here from students table. What are the things I'm just selecting? Student ID, student name, and the subject in marks. I'm taking it from the student marks table, okay. And from which table I'm just taking it? Students table. I'm just taking it here, And like the way what we have done for the aliases for the table, we can also use it, column names. We can also use the alias names for the tables also. So that I can use, for example, students alias name as ST. I can just, for a short name, I'm just giving it here. So now what I'm just doing it here, wherever it's coming from the student table, I just add a column name and just append the alias name of the table. So ST dot student name, student ID. Similarly, ST dot student name. But here student marks comes from student marks table. So that means student subject and student marks. Okay. So that's how we'll be able to see it here now. Okay. So now from students, I'm just giving it here. Now what I'm doing it here, my left side will be students table. On the right side, I have student marks table. That's what you can see it here, the joins I'm seeing it here. Okay. So now what I will do is left join. I'm just saying it here. Left join means what? You take all the data from the students table and try to find out whatever the marks are there, and for the students you get that one. That's what you are looking at here. Okay, so now let me show this case here. So now you can see it here. I just taken out all the students, like you can see it here, all the 10 students are shown here because you are left join, you are using it. That means all the students details will be taken here. And for those people, whatever the marks details are available, you are picking it up here. And even if it is not available also, you are listing out all the students. Okay, so that is what the first one. Okay, and the second one, if you see it here, let's take the second one here. Right join. I'm just copying it here. So now if you see it here, just small mistake. Marks. Okay. So now you can see it here. Now when I run it here, okay, student st. Oh, sorry, we had small mistake. There is the students. Okay, I need to just make it here. Okay, done. So now you can see it here. For all these details that is available in a student marks table, you will see all the details are available. Okay, and for those relevant things, whatever the data available from the left side table is nothing but the students table. You are able to get it, and you can see here there is no data available in the students table. So that is what it is not representing here. Okay, but it was able to show all the things in the student marks. It is coming here, and wherever the relevant is, details available in student, because 11 and 12 it is not there, right? So that's why it is not getting displayed here. Okay, so now the next thing will be the third category is the full join. So now full join is nothing but you are just adding the left join and the right join, and if you combine them, that will become the full join. Okay, so let's quickly see it here. That means you are taking this one completely and also this one completely. So both if you join, you will get this shape, right? So that's why you will be just using both the queries and you join them. Then you will get the full join. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'll just take this one and let me go to my previous one. Before that, let me correct this one also. Okay. So now let me join. So I have left join here. Okay, I'm just removing that. Statement separator. So what I'll do is I just say union. When I say union, what happens? This statement and this table combinedly it will give you the output. Okay, that's only one at the end of the thing. Okay. So now I just execute it here. Now you can see it here. You will find all the records from A. That means 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10 also you are getting it here. All the records that are related to B also you are getting it, all the things, right? So that is where the full join will come into picture. Okay. Now let's go to the fourth one, that is inner join. Okay. So inner join, what will be, as I mentioned, if what are the content available in both the things common, only those common and only will be visible. Okay. So I'm just showing it here now. You see it here, only 1, 2, 3 students details are only common. 11 and 12 it is not available here. So you are not showing it here. And you don't have the marks for the remaining students like for 4, 5, 6, 7 and all. So it is not showing, only this is available. That means what both the places it is available, it will show. This is what normally we follow in every cases. Okay. And then coming to the next left exclusive is much only it is related to left join. Okay, so this one now let's quickly see the example. So now here, what is left exclusive? Only the record that is available in A, but it's not available in B, you are not considering it here. Okay. Similarly, the records which is only available in B, you are taking it, and it is not part of A, you are not considering that. Okay. So let's see what is the outcome. Okay. Maybe we may have similar challenge. We'll see that now. So now what I'm just doing here is I'll just put that one, you will understand, and then we'll come back. So now what I'm doing, left join, right? So left join, what I'm doing with student marks, I'm just doing it here. Okay. And where you are just doing it in student marks, if it is null. Okay. So that means that whatever the record that is there in student ID that is null in the student marks, because you are only looking at exclusive. That means whatever this portion only this particular part of it only you are considering it here. Okay. So you just see it here now, the outcome. You see only what is exclusively available, because 1, 2, 3 it is available in B also, right? The remaining 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is not available. So that means exclusively available is what? It is only this records. So that's why it is showing those records. Okay. Now, similar way, you can just check that what is exclusively available. It is 11 and 12 only exclusively available, right? So let us try and just check that one also. So you see it here now 11 and 12 only this related data only you are getting it here, because you not find any student ID here, right? That means there is only exclusively from B table, that one nothing but student marks table you are getting it here. Now I want to get this one, right? It is exclusive and this is exclusive, but which is not common, I don't want that one. Now it is very easy, right? Because you know this one, you know this one. So all that you need to do is you need to do a union, right? Union of those two, it will give you the answer. Okay. So now what I'll do is I just add this one also on the top and then put a union. On the top, I just add this one and then I just simply say union. I'm repeating it here because this is from here to here. It is only one single SQL statement only, right? So I'm just combining that union using union. I'm just joining two SQL statements. Okay, that's the reason I'm not using a statement separator. Okay. So now if you see it here now what you are getting it here. So whatever is unique 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in A table, and then the four records which is related to 11 and 12 student IDs here, only those are only shown here, not rest of them, right? I hope now you are able to understand what is joins and how it works, right? Okay. And now let's me quickly go to the next topic, because the joins is the one which you need to really for any RDBMS. If somebody says that I know RDBMS, if they are able to explain these joins in a very simplified way, I'm sure that they are really good at RDBMS part. Okay. Okay. I hope so far you are able to follow. Okay. Now let's quickly get into the remaining topics. Okay. And we have learned now in the join class. We have learned it now, and let's get into the where class now. Okay. So where class, though we have seen a couple of examples, we'll go a little deep dive. Okay. So where class, when you see it here, we only see in like selecting particular columns where student gender is male, we just able to get it. And then the one type is the equal to you are giving it here, right? Let's see that. Okay. So only male, you'll be able to get that one. And then next what we have, you can see all the males and it will be shown with the specified columns. Now I just want to have date of birth greater than 2006. Okay, only those people I just wanted to get it here. Okay, you can just see it here. Those who are having date of birth greater than this, only two of them are having date of birth greater than 2006 January 1st. Okay, so you can see that one. And then, but this particular format is very important, as I already told, because MySQL understand the date in this format only. Okay, and then you have for example, I just put this one. Maybe let me, what I'll do is instead of copying every time, I'll just copy everything and you go. Let me go here and let me explain one by one. Now, for example, I'm just only selecting this. Now, here, what I'm just doing it here, I just given a gender or male I wanted. At the same time, the name should be like starting with E. Only those people I just created that. Okay. So now what I'll do is I will select only that. Okay, I just highlight that and then execute. You can just see it here. The gender is male, but the starting name is E. What is that you are using it here? Like E percentage you are giving it here. What does that mean? The first letter is coming E, and percentage means anything it can be. Okay, after that, whatever it can be, it can there. Okay, suppose the first letter is what it can be something, but second letter is only E means that way also you can specify that one. Okay, so there is one way of doing that. We will go in detail again. And the next one, if you see it here, so here what happens here? You are just gender. You are just only finding only male and other only wanted to have it here. So that means there is no female is shown here. But what you have done in and you are using it here. In and in you are using it here, and male and others you are just giving it here. This is one way of filtering it here. Okay. What normally people will be doing here is where gender equal to male or gender equal to others. They'll be doing it here. That will be a lengthy one, right? So instead you can directly put gender in. You can just put whatever the things you want to have, you can do that part. Okay. And then the last one, suppose there are gender, we have seen that we are having value null. Okay. So only that null entries I just wanted to see it here. So there is only one gender which is having null. So, but it will be is null. But one thing I just want to bring it to your notice here is that whenever you are passing any empty value, either don't pass any empty spaces into the that field. So what will happen if when you give it as a space, space is also one of the record. It cannot, space is not equal to null. Okay, null is nothing but there is nothing is there. Okay, so even the space also kind of character only, it's the empty space, right? So you need to make sure that you are not going to enter it, because most of the time the programmers will do that mistake, and if there is no value you just get it as a space. So it is not a space is there. Okay, and the next so this is how the filtering you will be able to do it here. And there are many ways of doing that filtering. Okay, I just only saying that. And when we learn about the SQL operators, okay, like these are all some this is an equal to operator, this is a greater than operator, and this is a logical operator, and or like that you will be using it, right? And these are all the string operators. Okay, and this is membership operator. In whatever you are using it, it's a membership operator. Okay, and so then also you will be having the is null. Okay, so this also you are just checking it here whether it is a null value or not null value. Also you can just check it here. For example, the same thing is null is there, right? I just use is not null, I just give. It means other than the null, everything it will give. You can see it here, all the things are it is giving it here. Okay, other than the null part of it. Okay, so this is how we will be able to do the filtering of data. Okay, and there is a lot of advanced options you can use it, which will be explaining it as part of the SQL operators. Okay, and then let's go into the ordering part of it. We already seen example, like order by how we will be doing it. We are saying that order by the column name, and you can give, and it can be by default it will be ascending, or you'll be having if you specify it ascending you can give, or descending you can just give it here. And you also write, you can also give multiple columns. Also you can use it for ordering. For example, I just want to order it by the descending order of the particular column, then next column I just want to order it by ascending order. Okay, so that is also will be possible. And very interesting feature especially in MySQL is that custom field order. Okay, maybe what is that custom field order, I can just tell you, give an example. For example, in this our example itself, we have male, female and other. Okay, but I want it in a particular order. For example, a male, female and other order. I just want to first I want to show all the male, then female and then others. But normally if you take alphabetic order, what will happen? A female will come, and then male will come, and then others will come. Okay, but I don't want that order. Even if I put it in descending order also, what will happen? Others will come first, and then male will come, and then female will come. Suppose I just want to have a space, my own defined order, like male, female and others it should come. Then in that case I can go with this option. Okay, so this is one of the interesting feature of MySQL. Okay, so now for you can just quickly try all of them for easy understanding. Okay, so let's go there and then do one by one. And let me copy. I hope you are able to follow till now, right? So now I'm just explaining it here. So the first one, if I see it here, so that if you see all across same only order by, I'm just without specifying anything, I'm just seeing it here. So you can see it here, all the student names are in alphabetic order. And in second case, I'm just specifying it is ascending, I'm just giving it, nothing else, no other difference. Right? Right? It is all in alphabetic order, it will automatically come. In the third case, what we are doing, here by default we are giving descending order. You can just see it here, all comes in descending order. A is at the bottom and S on the top. Right? Now we said multiple columns I can do. Okay, then how do I do that one? So now I just gave student name but same columns only. First I want to order it by gender. Then within the gender, I want to order it by name of the students. Okay, you can just see that thing, you'll be able to appreciate. And you can see it here, I just gave all the gender in the descending order. That means what others will come first, and within others, again alphabetic order. And you can see male, again alphabetic order within that. And then female, again within that alphabetic order. So that's how it will be. So you will be able to make that one. All right. Hope you are able to follow that. So you can just see it like this also, right? So gender comes others. First it comes male is in that alphabetic order, female is in that alphabetic order. Okay. So it's also possible. The next is, as I mentioned to you, if you want to have a custom order, okay, so that means not with the column but field wise. For example, you have to select order by field, and which field on that you want to do gender field. So that's what I'm just giving it as gender. Okay, and then what is that columns you want? What is the values you want to order? The order is specified that male, female, and other. Now you can notice the difference here. Okay, you see, male comes here, female comes here, others comes here, right? It is not an alphabetic order either. Either it is alphabetic order. If you take a male, M, F, O will come. So it is neither ascending order or descending order, but this is how I want it. There are many cases you'll be having. For example, you may have priority where high, low, medium will be there, right? Okay. So so medium normally what will happen? High, low, medium. If you see I, J, K, L will come, M, N, O will come. Okay. Sorry. I mean low will come after the M part of it. So in that case, I want to have a specific order. Then I can just give it. Okay. So this will be very useful. So that lot of most of the time people will struggle a lot in making it, or they may try to do it programmatically, or they split the query such a way that first this order they will take and then the remaining order they will do that. So all those can be avoided by just using a simple this option. Okay. And then next, grouping of data. So before grouping of data, we need to understand something called aggregate functions. Okay. So typically when you do grouping, what you will do, either you will be doing a count of it, you will be doing that. Okay, you will be just doing the count of a particular column, like how many students are there, or how many male and female employees are there, right? You will be just looking at that. And then some with what we'll be doing it. For example, we have salaries of, or you can just take the different subject marks are available. Okay, so I just want to know the total marks scored by each and every student in this in the exam. Assume that they taken two exam, maths and science. What is the total mark of the student? I just want to have. I can just get that one. Each student wise, I can do. Similarly, what is the minimum and maximum marks scored in each subject also I can just do. Or in the classroom itself, who scored highest mark and lowest mark, that also I can just get. Or I can also find out the average mark of the particular subject in the classroom, or the average mark scored by the student within his subjects. So all those things you will be able to do it here. Okay. So let's quickly see the examples, then you'll be able to understand it. But these are the key aggregate functions you'll be using it here. There are many other functions also available, but as a beginners, I think this is more than enough for you guys to use that. So now let's again copy all of them and then let's execute one by one. So now what I'm just doing it here is select count from students. Count star, when I'm saying it here, you are counting all the records in the students. So how many we should get? 10 we should get it, right? This is see 10, count star 10 we will be getting it here. Okay. So now for example here also I can use the alias. Okay, count star. Okay, space you can give and then say student count. So that the meaningful name I can give to that. I can just see to come as student. Sorry, I just had to execute this one. So I just say student count. It is coming here. So I can just have aliases like this. Okay, just only for example I just want to show it here. Similarly, select count student ID. I mean, on a particular column you need to take and then see how many are there in this thing. Okay. So when I select this student ID, you can just see it here. So 10 are there. Okay, with the student ID, 10 are there. I can just go. Even if I go by gender wise, count how many MAs per seat also. Here it will not show gender wise. Based on gender column, you take the count. You just see it here. What is the value you are returning it? 9 only you are getting it. Why? Because there is one gender which is having null value. Okay. So when you are counting, the null values will not be counted. Okay. So that means the 9 for which the data is available. So it is showing that count. Okay. Suppose, but I'm not actually my intention was not like in the gender column what are the different varieties of data is available. I just wanted to know, but not like how many are there. I mean, how many record entries are there. Okay, so then in that case, what I need to do is I need to select distinct gender. Okay, that means what will happen? The unique gender, what are the values are available. So when I list it here, now three are there. What are the three now? One is about the male, female, and others. Those are the three you will be getting it here, right? So even if, say, for example, if I don't use the count, then you will find that what is the distinct value. If I remove the count, okay, select distinct gender. Okay, so I'm not even counting it here. I'm just selecting distinct gender means, sorry, gender means you will just see all the three values, male, female, and others. You are getting it here. But null also will be there because you have null value. But for counting, the null will be or will never be counted. That's what you need to understand. Okay. And then next, so next is about the select count distinct student ID. I mean, then you see it here. What all things I'm doing? It count unique student ID. I'm just taking it here, and then there's sum of their marks. Okay, from student marks, and then maximum marks scored and minimum marks scored, and then average marks scored from the student table. Okay, and from student marks actually, and I need to put inner join student marks. So what I'm just doing it, I'm just kind of joining these two tables, and then where gender equal to male, only the male students. I just wanted to find out what is the minimum, maximum, all those things scored. Okay, okay, just see it here. Okay, sorry, I'm just executing this. So there is an error. What is the error is okay, student ID. Yeah, because I have not included the from. I just put here students. I need to have it here. Okay, here I need to have students. Join. ST I need to have it here. Okay. So now when I look at it here, you can just see it here. There are unique students are two are there. Okay, and their total sum of the mark will be 3005. The maximum mark because there are two male students. We are just looking at it here. Gender male. Okay, and then for the male students because they are taking only inner join. Okay, so that's the average, and then what is the minimum marks, maximum mark, and average mark. You will be able to see all of them. Okay, so this is how we'll be able to find out the details. Okay, And the next, yes, okay. So now coming to the next one, group by we will go through it now. So having understood the aggregate functions, now group by will be always followed by the aggregate functions only. Okay. So I'm just taking the same student and student marks table only, and with that I just explain. Let me run these SQL statements for you to understand it. And like the way order by we have seen, we can do by single column or multiple column. Similarly, group by also can be done in single column and multiple columns as well. Okay. So we will see with this example, you will be able to understand. So now what I'll do is I'll remove all of them. Okay. Now let me explain one by one. The first one, what I'm doing here is select. I'm just trying to select. Okay, let me explain in this slide itself. So here, if you see it here, I'm just taking the student name and trying to take the count of the subject. Okay, and how many subjects are there? What is the mark? He got the total mark, and what is the maximum mark he got? What is the minimum mark he got? What is the average mark he got? Okay, from students, I'm just taking it here. And I'm also using inner join. So okay, so inner join I'm just using it here, and the student marks, and on student ID and student name, and then I'm grouping by what I'm doing student ID wise only. That means when I say inner join, I mean all the record that is existing in both the tables that combined only are taking it. That means we have seen what are the data available. 1, 2, 3 student IDs data only will be available here. Okay, so let us see how the data it comes here now. Okay. So I'm just taking the first one and then just trying to execute it now. So now you can see it, three of the students only the details will come here, right? Student 1, 2, 3, and I'm just having total count here. Of subject two per subject only because we have seen maths and science only we are given that. And what is the total mark they got? You can see it here. Okay, so marks total mark is available, and what is the mark they scored? Minimum is this one and maximum is this one. Okay, maybe one subject may be maths or one maybe science kind of thing. Then what is the average of this? Average you'll be getting that, right? The two subject average you'll be getting it here. So that's how we'll be able to get. We are grouping it by each employee wise. Yes, sir. Each student wise, we are showing it here. Okay. So let's go to the same thing in a different way. Suppose I wanted to see the overall, the class level, how the subject wise, how is the maximum mark and minimum mark I want to see it here. Okay. So here if you see it here I'm just taking the count of students, how many students are there, okay, each subject wise, and what is their, what is the average mark of that each subject, total subject, sorry, total mark, and what is the maximum, what is the minimum, what is the average mark of that. Okay, again you are doing the same thing, but here this time we are doing grouping by subject alone. Okay, so now if I go here and then let me run the second one. If I run it here, you see mathematics and science, the two subjects are there. So total how many are there? Because you are using inner join, only three students are there. So you are counting three students here. Okay. And then what you are doing it here? What is the minimum? Some of the marks you are taking it, or whatever is scored in mathematics and science, whatever they scored. And then you are trying to find out what is the minimum mark and maximum mark in that each subject scored by all the students. Okay. That's overall on the subject. What is the minimum mark and maximum mark? And then and similarly for science, and then average mark you will be seeing it here. Okay, this is for each column wise, right? And now let's see the complete one. So here if you see the same thing, but what I'm doing is gender wise, I'm just trying to see it here. Gender wise, I'm just trying to find, and also subject wise. Okay, so I want to take a male and female, and how many are there, then what is their total mark and what is the minimum mark, maximum mark, average mark of that. And you see group by, I just given the first column and then this column. So when you are doing it here, where the high level grouping is there, that should be here, and then the lower level groupings should come. Okay. So like for example, if you have a country data, okay, so the country should come first, and then you will have states will come next. Okay, so that means the countries are the larger data set part of grouping, right? I mean top level group, and then the state will be in the next level. Maybe if you are looking at the district or province or something like that, then that will be again take the next level. So you have to put it in that order for getting the better results. Okay, and even otherwise, if you change the order also, it will work. But what we anticipated, we may not be getting it here. It again depends on the context of the report, how we want to analyze it. Okay. For example, we can just see the same thing here itself. Okay. I'm just putting it here. So that is nothing but the third one. So when you select it and run it here, so you can just see it here, the male and each subject wise. Okay, male, mathematics, science, and how many are there, and what is the sum of the marks, and what is the minimum, maximum, average. Similarly, male for science, female, similarly female scores again separately you are taking it here, right? So this is how we'll be able to do that part of it. Okay. And suppose if I just interchange the order, what will happen? You just see it here. For example, I just keeping this part of it same, but I'm just only changing it here. Okay. Group by, I'm just putting it as subject separate, and then this one. Cut here, we'll put it here. Okay. So now if you see, save it here. Sorry. Let's save it. So now just let me execute it here. So now you can see it here. So the order remains. So what I'm just doing it here is first I'm taking the subject, and inside the subject, and then I'm going by gender. There is nothing but this order. So mathematics, and then male, how many in the squad, and how many are there, female, how many are there. So like that I'm just taking the data. Okay. So you will find a difference. Suppose if the number of subjects are more, then the deviate, because now we are considering only two subjects, then the variabilities are very less. So you will find one and the same, but if it is different, that means one more subject will come, then one more male and female will come. So you will be finding it is getting multiple grouping level. Okay. Okay. So with this, we are concluding on the grouping of data, how to do that. Okay. And then the next one is about the having using having class, how to do that one. So having class is very straightforward. So to be, as we already given the example, like having class will be always used along with the group A class only, and it will filters the data which is there in the after whatever the grouping you have done. On that, if you want to do further filtering, so in that case it will be applicable. Okay. So this is the example. I just wanted to take it and show it to you. Okay, you can just see it here now. So now I just given what I'm doing it here. I'm just taking student name and average student marks. I'm just taking it here from which table, students table, and where I'm joining student marks. I'm joining it here. Okay, and on student this one, and then group by, and having, I mean, then sorry, having average student marks greater than 60, whatever is available, only those things you just take it. That's what I'm saying it here. Okay. For you to understand better, what I'm just doing it here is, I'm just, and one more interesting thing is, for example, in SQL, suppose if you are putting a dash dash two dash dash here, it, okay, here it doesn't support, I think. Okay. Okay, let me just go directly. Okay. So for example, I'm just removing this. Okay. So first you try to get the group by. Okay, always for you guys to use the having class, first understand it. Just normal group by, you just get it. Okay. So now group by, I got this record. Okay. So now what I'm just interested to do now is, just you join the records and then you are just looking at the average marks of all the students. So three of the people and their average marks you are getting it because you are just only following a plain, inner join, nothing but the standard join. You are using it here. Okay. So now grouping by student name and then you are showing it here now. Okay. Now I just want to show only which is having more than 60. Okay, so our now 60 means everything will come. So maybe let's put more than 70 only. I just wanted it here. So what I'll do is I just put it here. Having average marks greater than 70. That means I'm just trying to filter further in that. So that means greater than 70, whatever is there, it should come. Only these two records should come. So now I'm just doing it here. You see, only these two records are coming here. Okay. So best way to understand, because most of the time people get confused. Having by, if you have to use group by. So group by, it is straightforward, you are able to use that. Okay, then having by what, whatever the value that you are having it here, in this you are just trying to filter it here. Okay, so that's what more important on that. Having by is nothing but on the group by data you are applying filter for that. Okay. Okay, so now let's get into the, there's one more. This is not a sub class actually, it is a subqueries how to use it here. So like we always use queries inside a queries. So that is why it is called subqueries. Okay, I just give it an example, then you'll be able to use it here. Okay. So now, for example, I just take an particular example. So here, what I'm just doing it here is select student name from students. Okay, where student ID in. So normally, for example, if it is in when you are using it, if it is smaller set of data, you can always type it. For example, we have already seen suppose mail or others only you want to have it, then you can just simply type it in. But I may have hundreds of records. Okay, but I cannot put all the things in and type it manually, right? So that means what I need to do, for example, here what I'm just interested is I wanted to have a distinct student ID from student marks table where I'm just only overall appeared for the mathematics, okay, and who have scored more than 70 marks. Only those people, their ID should be shown here. It means only those names of the students only I'll be getting it here. Okay. So if you want to use that kind of thing, then in the in statement, after in where condition, in where class, you have a in condition is there. Inside that in, you can use the SQL, okay, to be done. So then it will can show it as like this, Johnny and AMD. So typically what will happen, I'll be just writing all the student IDs, then I'll be checking it and doing it. These are all manually we have to do. So, but I don't even know which IDs will come into picture. I need to execute this query first and then I need to pass the value. Typically the developers, what they will do is, they will write this in query and get the value. Then that values again just print it. For example, I'll show you an example here. Okay. So now, for example, I just have it here like this. Okay. So now typically a developer, what he will do is first he will try to execute this query, okay, separately. Okay. So you just copy, execute this. From student where subject is mathematics. Sorry, this command bracket should not come. Okay. So now what will happen is the developer what he will be doing is he will be just uh, running this separately. Okay. Let me remove that students dot. Yeah, now that run it. So now you can just see that student IDs are 1 and 2. You will write it. Then what they will do? Then they will pass that value. Okay, they will put it in 1 comma 2. They will pass that here. Okay. So when they pass it here, then this is the statement they will be getting it here. And 1 and 2, you just get this overall the people. Then you are executing it here. Again 1 and 2 will come. Then their names you are going to get that one. So, but this 1 and 2 need not have to be always 1 and 2. You cannot hard code it, right? So dynamically the values will be keep changing it. So in that case, you can very well use the subquery. So it's the subquery. What it will do is it will be like this. So you'll be getting that values, and then for that it will be showing the results. Okay. So now you are using this one. You'll be get it here. Okay. So that is the advantage of using subqueries. Okay. And there is one more way where the subqueries can be used also. I can show it to you. Then one more way of doing the subquery is like this. So now I just use the subquery like okay, inside the select statement itself. I'm using it here. You can see it here. I'm just using select student name, and I'm just trying to get select maximum mark from student marks where student ID equal to students dot student ID. Okay, because you are referring it. So you just notice it here. I'm just using it inside a select statement. Okay, so inside a select class. Okay, so I'm just putting it that itself, that outcome itself. I'm taking it as a alias column name called highest mark. I'm just getting it here. So highest mark is one more column, just getting it here and display it here. See it here, I'm not using any join condition. I'm just trying to get it as a subquery from student marks table. And what is the highest mark is code that I'm just taking it and show it here. So now you execute and see for each and every people, the three of the people who are there, right? For them, you know what is the maximum mark they got it, that marks will be displayed here. Okay, so you can just see I just given alias name as highest mark that has come here. There's nowhere is a defined table, right? So this is one more way how we can make use of the thing. Only thing you need to know here is where student ID, because every record it will just equal to and the student ID column, because you are using the same student is nothing but this one, the student dot student ID. So the student ID column of this table will be used here. So that's how it will be dynamically set here. So it will be retrieving the data. Okay. So that's how the subqueries can be used. Okay. So with this, what we are doing is we have explained all the various classes that are there in the SQL statement. Okay. So now that we'll get into the quick thing about the SQL operators. Okay. So which will be very straightforward and easy to learn. Okay. So like any programming languages, you will be having like operators and expressions. You'll be having that. So similarly, the databases also have the its own operators. Okay. So we all know about the arithmetic operators and comparison operators and logical operators and membership operators, and a set operators is something specific to the databases where you'll be using union and union all and intersect. Actually, one of the example of union we already seen, right? As part of the joins, we have seen how it can be used. Okay, so maybe we will focus mainly on these four things, and we quickly explain that. Okay, so when it comes to arithmetic operations, as we all know, it is performing between the two values. Okay, so addition you'll be doing that, subtraction you can do, multiplication, division, modulus of this one, exponentiation. that means to the power of and all the things, right? So now here, just without taking much of time, I'm just following this. All that you need to know is a plus symbol, you are using it here, and minus symbol, and multiplication, division, and modulus is represented by percentage. Okay, it will return always remain the modulus will return the remainder, right? We all know about that. And then exponentiation is to the power. Okay, whatever the value you are giving to the power, there is a two way it can be given. Either you can use power and then the base value, and then the power value you can give, or you can just use the symbol, the power symbol, and then you can use it also. Okay, so both the way you'll be able to do that one. Let's quickly do this one now. Okay, I'm just copying all of them now. So now just see and put all of them. I just remove this and not required. Okay, so now I just execute one by one. So now I'm in this. So you can just see the 5 plus 10 is 15, you are getting it here. Okay, so you maybe noticing it interestingly, you cannot do this one in Oracle. Okay, so Oracle, what you need to do is select 5 plus 1 from dual, you need to put that one. There is a dual table, you need to specify it here. But in MySQL, it is straightforward. All the arithmetic without even referring to a table, you can directly do. Simply select 5 plus 10, how much in return it can give it to you. Okay. In reality, what will happen is maybe assume that you have a value of, for example, mm, student mark in maths, one column is there, student mark in science, one column is there, and student mark in, English will be there. So if you want to add up all the three, then the three columns, you can just add and then do that part of it also. Then what you need to do, select maths plus science plus English. You can just do that one. It will take care of that. That column wise also you can do. The otherwise also you can also do like this. Okay. So now I'm just showing it here. The same minus, what is the outcome it will give, right? Minus, you can see 10 value it will give. Multiplication, this will give 15. 5 into 3, and then this is the division, it will be giving 5 value, right? And then this is modulus, the remainder will be 1 obviously. Okay, and then you have the power, 2 to the power of 3 is nothing but 8, so you should be able to see 8. And the other way, 2 to the power, the different way of representation also you can do, right? It's returning value 1, 2 to the power. I think that maybe now it is not, only this is being used and this is not in use, I think. Okay. So let me now recheck it. Okay. Okay. Then next term, still arithmetic operators. We also know about the round, floor, and ceiling also, right? So this is also one of the basic things, and again most commonly used in all the interviews across all the topics. It may be the programming languages. Okay. Also, they'll be asking the same thing only. So all need to do is need to understand the basics. Okay. So when you say round, it will be rounding up. For example, 10.7. If it is rounding means it is above zero point 0.5. So then obviously it will go as 11 value, right? You can just see it is 11. And in this case, let me delete all this. And then suppose 10.5 means exactly 0.5. So that means in this case, what should, I'm sorry, 10.3 means it is rounded to the nearest number. So the nearest number is 10 only. So it will come to 10. Okay. Now exactly 10.5 if it is there, then it will go to nearest, 5 means it goes to the next highest number only. So it will be 11. Okay. So this is what you need to know about it. Okay. And then again 10.7, we have already seen that one. Okay. Okay. Next time. And then floor when it comes to it. So suppose if you are saying 10.3, if your floor, always remember that floor, assume that you put the numbers in the ascending order one above the other. For example, 1, 2, 3, and we'll just keep it here. I mean, in a house, the floor is nothing but the ground floor, and then ceiling will be on the top of it, right? So that means, the moment a number that is a floor, when you say wherever it is, it will come to the floor. Okay. So that means 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10, up to 10.9 or whatever it is, the value is above the floor. When you say floor, it will bring it down to the floor value. So floor is nothing but 10 only, now it will come. So for example, in all the cases, whether it is a 3, it will become 10 only. Even if you say 10.9, if it is round means it would have given 11, but if since you are saying floor, it will bring it to the floor level. It will do. Okay. Similarly, when you say ceiling, so what will happen is ceiling, it will to the ceiling, it will take it. Okay. So now 10.3 means, so then it can this point can be pulled out to the ceiling. That means ceiling, what is the next number? It is 11. So automatically, even though it's 10.3 is lesser number, it will go to 11 directly. Even if it is 10.9, it should go to 11 only, right? So just imagine, I mean, the number at the floor and the number on the ceiling. Okay, you are having a point value in between the floor and the ceiling. So that means wherever the point available, but saying floor, then it goes to the floor down. And if it is ceiling means it goes nearest to the ceiling. So that's how we'll be able to remember it and then do that also. Okay. Okay, so that is a quick thing about the arithmetic operators. Now let's quickly get into the next one is comparison operators. Okay, so comparison, the moment you say it, you are comparing between two different values, whether both are equal, both are not equal, or is it greater than the one another, one is less than the other, or greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to. Okay, and also you will be using between and also is that value is between the given specified values, and also whether it is like a particular pattern. You can just say we have seen the example earlier, right? So all those things you'll be able to see it here. So here again you can just quickly run it and see it here. Okay, I'm just copying it all of them. So now what will happen is, now you will be selecting. So now you can just see it here. Only age which are overall having equal to 15. Okay, sorry, we are running it here. So only that particular one I'm just selecting it here. Those who are having only age 15, it is showing it here equal to. Not equal to 15 means other than 15 age. So that should come. So you can just see it here. Other than 15, you will find all of them. Right? 14 and 16 are available. So now greater than 15 means only 16 age people will come now. You can just see it here now. But less than 15 means only 14 age people will come. You can see 14 age people will come. And if it is greater than or equal to 15 means including 15 will come, 15 and 16 will come. So you can just see it here, 15 and 16 you will be seeing it here. And then less than or equal to means 15 and 14 should come. So you can just 15 and 14 you will get it here. And then between 10 and 20, if you give it here, all the age group will come now. So now you can just see it here, all the people will come into picture. Okay. And here also there is one record for which we are not having the date of birth. So that's why you are not getting one particular record, remaining all are coming here. Okay. And then suppose the name where it starts with J star, that means only that one only will come. Okay. You see John and Jacob will be seeing it here. So this way also you can do it here. For example, wherever O is available. For example, so first letter I'm just it can be anything. Okay. But I just want to make sure that the second letter is O. I want to find like this also. You can just see it here. Sorry, I just need to select only this. You can just see it here now. I mean, wherever O is available, okay. So O is available here, okay, and O is available in the first one also Oliva, and Sophia it's available. Jacob also somewhere O is available here. So it was able to get it anywhere because you are not specific particular position. Start anywhere, but you should define the letter O. Okay. So like that you'll be able to do that one. Okay. I hope you are able to follow up to this. And then let's quickly get into the logical operator. Logical, we all know that, right? What are they? And or not, and XOR also will be available. So I think exclusive OR you will be knowing it. The definition is that if any one of the condition is true only, it will be taking it, but not both. If suppose either or you will be taking it, the condition A is satisfied and condition B also is satisfied means any one of them or both are satisfied, it will not take it. Any one, only one only should be true, then it XOR will take care of that. Okay. So it may happen so the conditions. So now let's take a small example and then we'll just go through all of them. Let me remove all these things. Yeah. So now for example here, I'm just looking at student age who are having more than 15 and the gender male. I'm just looking at that. So you'll be able to see who are all having age, you can see 16 are there, gender male, only those records will come. And either age less than 15 or greater than 15. That means what it means. Either they can be 14 years or they can be more than, but only 15 years people will not come into picture. Okay, so that is what the R condition will come. You can see it here, right? It will not come. And then here not, I mean not equal to female. Female other than female, we should get it here. Okay. So you will get male, others, and everybody will be getting it here. Okay. And then so age is more than 16 and XR we are saying and gender greater than gender equal to male. So that means male satisfies and age not anyone should not satisfy, right? Both should not be satisfying it here. Okay, that's what you can see here now. Let me select only this. So now here if you see it here, age 16, this condition is available. Okay, but our male, okay, so male condition is available here. Okay, so age, but age greater than 16 is asking for it. Is it greater than 16? All of them, there's only 116 is also not equal to, so this is condition is met. Then female. So here this condition is not met, this condition is met. So that's why it is XOR is applicable. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to see it here, right? The next, and is null, not null, we have already seen it earlier. So wherever age is null, that means there is no value available, you're just showing it here. So you can just see it here, there is no null, there are null values available. And wherever null is not available, you are just showing it here. Okay, so all the complete records. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to do the logical operators. Okay, and the next membership operators is nothing but whether this particular we already taken enough examples, so whether it is part of it or not. Okay, we have tried with subqueries also, right? So I'm just trying to quickly take an example and show it to you. So now membership operators, you are seeing it here. Okay, okay, here if you see whether male and female, whether is the gender is male and female only, you are asking it to show. That means what happened, all the male and female will come and show here. Okay, again let me take all the things. Okay, so only male or female, only those records are being shown. Now I'm saying it here, not in male and female. That means what the others category should come. So let me select that one. Others. So others is coming here. Okay. So this is how the membership part will come into picture. Okay. And then the string related operations we need to see. Okay, this is a very important one. We need to know about it. Okay. And because especially the string operations, majority of them can be used both in the I mean select class and also in the where class we'll be able to use that. Okay, even having class also it can be used. It all depends on the context you'll be using it here. Okay, and typically whatever now we are seeing, all of them will be used in both the places. We will see it now. So I'll just quickly say what are the operators. One is the substring, and concatenate is nothing but you are combining two different column values. For example, I have a first name and last name in the student name, or if you want to combine both student name and father name together, I can also do that one. That is called concatenation. Trim is nothing but if you have any empty spaces in between text what is entered, so that is required to be trimmed both side, left side or right side, so that can be done now. Okay, so we call it as leading spaces and trailing spaces. It can remove that. And then also trimming specific characters. What are the characters? So not only spaces, very specific characters also you want to put that one, you can do that as well. Okay. So let's quickly just go through the example and then we'll see. So now, for example, I'm just saying substring. When you say substring, you have a now hello world is the word that is available. So now what you want to do is I just wanted to take the word after seven, whatever is available, you just letter. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means what we have W is the letter that is available, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because the space also will be considered as a character. Okay. And only one thing we need to do is in database there is nothing. The index position will be always 1, 2, 3 onwards. Okay, but whereas the same thing in the programming languages, it will be starting from 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. Okay, again this is one of the confusion which developers will make. Okay, when we are there working with the database, because when they are comfortable with the programming side, when it comes to database, they will get the confusion. But just want to clarify it here now. Okay, so now let's see the result. What it happens here when you see. So what is that value you are getting? WO or LD is the output you are getting it here, right? And that means from the seventh position onwards, it is included and it will be taking it here. Okay, so the world will be completely shown. And concatenation is concat is the keyword. It is a function. These are all nothing but these are all inbuilt functions in the MySQL database. Okay, and every database, of course, they will be having all these functions. Okay, so to concatenate means you need to understand that combining two things. For example, here student name I have, and also I'm just giving a space also one of the value, and then father name I'm just getting it here. Then what will happen? The student name space the father name, it will be shown as one single column, and then I'll say call it as full name as an alias name. We can just give it here. Okay, let's have a look at it here now. How the names will be shown. You can just see it here now. Jan Michael and Shara Thomas, like that, you'll be able to get that one, right? So this is the easiest way of adding both the things. Okay. And then trimming, for example, I have empty spaces just before this and also after this. Okay. But my output, I just want to want without this empty space, because sometimes when you write a query where, for example, this is the value that is stored inside the database, then when you say where the text equal to, hello, if you just give it, it will not give the result because we have some empty spaces available here. Okay. So first you need to trim, then you need to compare it with the value. So that's why the trimming will be useful. You can just see it here now. You see now that the spaces have gone. Only the beginning and the end, nothing is there. Okay. So that's how it will be. So suppose if it is available, and the leading value, for example, hello is available here. I have xxx here, and also I xxx at the back, on the trailing sale also. Okay. but I just wanted to remove all the xx's just in front of allow all the xx's in the reading part. Okay, and wherever this text is available, you need not to be x any value. Okay, if it is available, it will be removed, and similarly, wherever it is at the end, it is there. Up to that, it will be removed. So now let's try to see this in here. So you can just see it here because leading. So leading, whatever the cross marks are available, that is now removed. Okay, and similarly, let me try with the trailing part. You just see it here. You see the excess is available here. That after the trailing part, whatever is available, that is now removed. Okay, so these are all the typical use cases will be like, for example, you have IoT devices from where the data will come. The data will come in different formats, right? So a lot of cleanup work will be required to be done. Okay, so this kind of things will be very much will be useful and can be used by the data scientist where they want to clean the data first before getting into any analytics and all. So in that case, this will be very much useful because any data if it is not clean, then it will not serve the intended purpose. Okay, so we need to always make sure that these kind of things will be cleaned up before the entries are being made for any further downstream applications. Okay. So similarly, for example, wherever I just have a trim X is there from this one completely, that means from the both the sides. Okay. So now if we see now simply, we'll see that complete allow it will come here. Okay. So that's how the trimming will work here. And then the last portion of it will be. So let's look at some of the other string operations. For example, you can convert everything into uppercase or lowercase, right? And you can also find out the length of the total string, whatever it is available. And also you can insert a string in between. I mean, what you want to insert, you can just put that one. And also if it is in case of null value, you want to replace it with some other value, that is also possible. And there is nothing but if null, if it is the null value is there, but instead of showing it as null, which is not looking good, so you can just put, for example, age, if it is showing it as null, you will not find it. So if nothing is there, you can just mark it as 0, you can just put that one. So that is what if null means. And similar equivalent will be in Oracle, it will be NVL, it will be used. Okay. I mean, the reason why we are just keep on telling that is the under knowledge of one database and then understanding other database is that. So suppose if you are currently working on a particular project in MySQL, suddenly there is a requirement to shift your application, migrate your application to Oracle database. Okay, so you cannot just like that convert your Oracle, I mean your existing application to that because the syntaxes and even though the SQL queries and will be the same, as the syntaxes will be varying, it the compatibility will be a challenge. Okay, so that is where most of the migration tools will be defined so that it will check for that and it will replace it for the equal thing and then do that part of it. Okay, so that is where the knowledge about other database also will be required here. Okay, and then there is soundex. It will be one more operator wherein when it see the words with similar sound also you'll be able to get that one. We'll see with an example. And then replace. The replace is nothing but whatever the text that is available, it will get replaced with that. And then also there is something called lpad and rpad. That means suppose if there are suppose you have a 10-digit character, but you have only value for 5, then remaining thing you just want to put some dash dash dash, you can do that one. Similar way, it can be on the left side or it can be on the right side of that one. Okay, so we'll see that with an examples here now. Okay, so now you can see it here. I'm just executing one by one. So now it says allow is given in small case letter. Okay. So I just want to convert into uppercase. These are also again formatting techniques that we'll be following it here, and is also will be required in a data uh, science related activities. Okay. So you can just see it here. Now it is converted into uppercase. Suppose the uppercase letter is available, you just want to make it into lowercase, you can also do that one here. Okay. And you also wanted to know what is the length of this string. You can just click it here. You can just find out what is the length of this. Okay, you can just see that it is 5 letters, right? And then if you want to see if you want to insert some text, for example, hello world is there. Okay, and you just want to insert world. Okay, in the place of world, you just want to know what is the word insert the word, insert position it will come. So word is there, right? Where it starts, it will tell you. So now you can just see it here. You can see seventh position. See HELL word 5 and space 6 and seventh position, that the word will come. That's what it means here. Okay, and then if null age there, if there is no value available, you just show it as 0. So you can just see it here now. Wherever the values of age is null, it was replacing it with 0 itself. Okay. And the next is sound X. For example, hello is there. What is the equivalent sound X? Same pronunciation. What you will be getting it here. Okay. So you can just see it here. L, I mean, H400 also it is equivalent to word. That's what it is sounding similar to that. Okay. Hello. Okay. And then next is replace. Suppose I have hello world is available, and in that world is available that I want to change it to universe. Okay, this is the text input text, and what is the text you want to check it, and what is that you want to replace it, so that you are seeing it here. Now you can see how it comes. It should come as hello universe. You can see it here hello universe, because in that text you are looking at word you want to change it to universe. Okay. And then the LPAD and RPAD, there's like for example hello is the word text is available, but I just have it is a total length of 10 characters I want to have it. Okay, and then for if it is not there, I just put I mean if the required length of character is not available, for that level you put the star marks. Okay, similarly suppose if at the beginning it is not available also, you can put the star mark. Okay, we'll just see how it works. This typically, for example, if you see, go to any supermarkets where the bills will be generated and the items will be shown, and you want to have that item should be shown towards that, I mean, the rate and other things. You can, this one way of the dots, you can just use it and show. That means this 10 characters will be always shown. Okay. Suppose if you want to show it like this also, I can just do. You can say here, you can say, see the item is there, then after that it will show star, 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 and then you can just have it. Okay. So these are all again based on your use case, you'll be able to use it. Okay. I hope you are able to follow up to this. Then next quickly we'll go and get into the data operators. It's very important. Again, any programming languages, again, data objects are one of the challenging one. Okay. And similar way in the database also, you need to follow the similar thing. And how these things are working also. Okay. So now, so date typically, suppose I can say show the current date, and if I want to show the system date, which will show both date and time, it will show. Current date means it will show only the current date time. Okay. And the date difference means between two different dates, what is the number of days of difference it will be showing to you. Okay. And suppose, for example, if you want to know the difference between the given date with the current date, then you'll be able to know. Okay. And then the date format, there are different formats are available. I'm just only example giving a few sample examples here. Okay. And then there is a detailed list is given here. What is the format specify here? If you use it and what you will be getting it here. Okay. So this is an example you can just plug it. Okay. Let me quickly explain these things now. So now here if you see it here, select sys date. If I'm just seeing it here, I'm just removing it here. Okay. So now select current date. If I select it here, you can just see you'll be getting only data. I mean in the format year, month and date. You'll see that one. Okay. And then if I say system date, then I say sys date. So you can just see it here, both date and time it will be displaying it here. Okay. And then of course by looking at this you'll be able to know what time this particular presentation is being prepared now. Okay. And the next you can just see it here. The date difference. I just given a date here and trying to with the current date, what is the date difference here? Okay. So I'm just selecting it here. You can see 122 days is the difference that you will be getting it here from 1st of January to till date. Okay. 122 days is gone. Okay. Then next is about the students, for example, birth date. I just want to show it in a particular format. So when DMY, all small, if I give, what will happen? Okay, you can just see it here. All small, if I give, it will be only showing the D stands for date, month, and year. You can just see it here. Date, month, and year part. You will be seeing it here. Okay, okay. And similarly, if I select DMY, okay, if whatever the format I want to have, I can have it actually. Okay, so now I'm giving everything capital letter. Then what will happen? You see, when I give capital letter, it will be like this. I mean, date will be 15th March 2004. It's the complete thing. It will come. All I mean, the year means complete full year, and month means complete full month name, and date means including the I mean, like for example, 15th, 28th, like that it will come. Okay, and here, suppose if we give one more, so here if you see it here, including this, you are adding a here, that means including the day of that, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, like that. If you want to get it, you will be doing that one here. Okay, so this is just a basic thing. I just gave it here, and I just given a complete list here for you to understand it. For example, we give capital Y percentage, capital Y means the complete year 4 digit. Small y, if you give only last 2 digits of the year will come. And similarly, small month it means only 2 digits of that with the trailing this one. Only give 0, and only C means it will be 1 to 12 format it will give. Here the leading zeros will be given. There is only difference. Okay. And then month we have seen M capital means full month it will come. Again B means the abbreviated month name. For example, April, May, the small short names will come here. And then D means the day of the month. Okay, which day of the month? 01, I mean to 31. What is that is available? Again, E means with leading space will come. Okay, that's how it will show on to so. And then W means full week name it will come like Wednesday, Thursday, like that. When you say A, it is only the short name will come Wednesday, Thursday, like that. So 3 digit will come. And then similarly, H means these are all for the date related things. These are all for the month. I mean time related things. H means hours, and it will give a 23 hours format. It will give small h if we give it will give 1 to 12 hour. I mean 12 hours it will give here. And then similarly with leading and without leading also it will give. And then you have minutes also. It will be similar way 0 to 30. I mean 59. And seconds you will be getting it here. And then AM PM, that is a P will specify whether AM or PM, that will be specified here. And then T means the time format in hours, minutes, seconds format. This how we'll be getting it here. Then first day of the month means the day of the month with suffix. If we give this, how it will be, you'll be getting it here, capital D. Okay. And then the X, I mean year in 2 digits, you will be getting it here. That's what it is. And then day of the year, for example, which day of the year if you want to see, like as of today, what is the day of the year means you can just get this one. And similarly, the week of this one, which week, I mean, starting Sunday, if you take it's Sunday, Otherwise, if it is on from Monday means Monday. So like that you'll be able to see. It's all based on the use case. You can use all these features. Okay. And this is even common in programming languages also. Most of the time people get try to avoid this one, but it's very important one because everywhere the data is very important. So we'll be doing that. Okay. So let's go through what is views and indexes. Okay. So views are nothing but it is same as how we are using the DQL statements to view or the retrieve all the records, right? But what will happen is you have a every time you need to define what are all the columns, what are all the tables that you are joining it, and then suppose in case with multiple tables are involved, and every time you need to create that one. So if you are repeatedly using that, in that case, what you can do is you can just create it as a view. Then you can just directly use the view so that you don't have to prepare it again and again. Okay. Maybe for example, I'm just if you look at it, the views provides a way to simplify the complex queries and it encapsulates the logic and present the data in a more convenient format without altering the original tables, right? Because you are not directly, I mean, the views, it's like just general retrieval of records, how we are doing it using select statement. The same thing only, but only thing is you will just directly give the view name. Once you create it, then you can directly retrieve them, so that you don't have to worry about how the columns are and all those things. Okay. So they are especially useful when you frequently need to perform the same join or transformation on your data. That's what mainly I'm using that. Okay. For you to understand that, let's take a small example, then you'll be knowing it. For example, here you have create view. I'm just creating a view as student info. Okay. And which will contains, and you have student ID, student name, age, gender, subject, marks. Because you have a joint condition between the students and the student marks, and you are just creating this one, right? So every time you cannot keep on writing this SQL statement and what columns I need to include and all those things. So if you create it as a view, then when you just call the view, then you know that these are all the columns from where it is doing that. Okay, so let's try to do one, and then you can see it here. Okay, so let me start my uh, MySQL workbench before we get into that. You all know that, right? You need to connect to the database. Just give the password. So now my MySQL workbench is ready. Okay. So we only have all the required tables, whatever we have created as part of the previous learnings, right? So now what I'll be doing is I'm just checking here. If you see just tables and views, there is nothing is there. Okay. Now we are creating a views now. Okay. So now let's quickly copy this. So if you see it here, I'm just creating a view with the name as student info, and you know what are all the columns. I'm just using it here, and it can be a single table or the multiple tables where you will be using appropriate joins and doing that, right? So that's what we are doing it here. These are basic things only, but only because you'll be just adding the SQL statement, but you are making it as a create view. You are just making it. Okay, so this is the only thing extra you'll be seeing here. This up to here, it is a common SQL statement only create view student info as you are just going to create it here. Okay, so now let me execute that. So before going to do that one, we need to just select the database, right? That's what we all learned that. So let me just use school. Now the database is selected. So now just run it. So now you see it here that the view is getting created. So now let's quickly refresh that. You see your view is created now. There is a student view. So when you click on this, you know that these are all student ID column, student name, age, gender, subject marks. This is how it is created now. Okay. So now what we'll be doing it here. When you click on this, okay. So the view is created, and then now let's me. Now I need to view the things, right? So what I'll be doing is here, select star from student info. That's what you are going to select it here. Okay. So now I'm just selecting star from student info here. Just adding it here. Now run it here. You can see it here now. This is a very simple one, right? I'm just simply putting because I already have my structure. So every time I don't have to repeat like student ID, student name, age, and all those things I need not have to put it. Simply put select star from student info. You are just giving it here. But please note that student info it has the data of both the tables. But it is just only I can only say that it's a kind of a virtual table. Okay, so wherein you have the data will be available, but the actual data will be stored in the respective tables only. Okay, but it will act as a virtual table for you. Okay, so now you can see that information that is available here. Okay, here also I can even go by select your columns. For example, if I'm just within the view also, suppose I'm just interested in student name and gender. So let me say. So now I'm just selecting it here. So I'll be able to get that one also. Okay, so either I can just put star completely or specific columns in the what are the columns I'm showing it here in that view I'll be able to generate it here. Okay, so that is what the advantage of that. Okay, so now let's quickly go to the next topic. So next is about the indexes. Okay, so before getting into the indexes, you just understand a very common, again, common sense approach. For example, you know that you have a book, right? In the book, you have different topics are available, right? You also have different words are happening. Means that words are available in that complete books. Okay. You know, at the end of the book, there is something called indexes will be created, right? So what is that index will have? That is the keywords that are there in the book. It will be given in an alphabetic order, and you will be able to just select that word. Then it will also give the page number where you need to go. So suppose you want to look for a particular keyword. Okay, so what you do, you just go to the index page, and then you see which page it is available. Then it will be easy for you directly go to that page and then look for the data. Suppose if the index is not available, then it will be really difficult for you to go through all the pages of the book and then find out where are all it is available, right? So it will be a cumbersome activity, right? So to avoid that, so the indexes are created. The similar way, so the database also you will be having thousands or millions of records will be available here. Okay, so if you have to find out a specific set of data you want to get that one. So for example, I just wanted to see only the students who are in a particular school, or only the students who are in a particular I mean, only the female students if you want to have it, okay, or in a particular classroom if you want to have it. So then in that case, every time what will happen, your data will be read through the entire table of your student details, right? So to avoid that, you can create an index. So that, for example, you want to create an index on the student ID number. So that means if you just the moment you give the ID number, it directly goes to that one and it will fetch the data. Suppose if you say all female employees, assume that you create an index on the gender, then that female employees will be available there. Only that area you'll be just selecting that one, so that you are avoiding the complete. It is called table scan, right? So you are just going through all the records in the table, which can be avoided by using the indexes. Okay, so that is the only thing we need to understand. And if you look at the text here, indexes in a database are data structures that improve the speed of the data retrieval. I mean, data retrieval operations on a tables by providing quick access to the rows based on the values of the certain columns. Okay, that's what you are just doing. You specify a column and you may put that one. For example, if your date of birth is available, So different students will have a different dates of birth for that. Suppose you just wanted to have create an index so that based on the date of birth as the key field, then what will happen, all the dates will be in ascending order. Then it will be easy for you to go to the particular records and then you can find out all the people who are having a particular day, birthday, right? You can do that. So indexes, you can also create it on one or more columns of the same table, and they are particularly useful. The tables is a large amount of data. That's what I explained. So let's quickly do a couple of indexes. We'll create it, then you'll understand. So before going it further, wherever you are creating it as the particular column as a primary key column, then it will be automatically treated as a index column. Okay. So if you are identified as a primary key column, so you don't have to create an index again. Okay. So that is one advantage of that. Okay. The next is about the, I mean, suppose I just want to create an index based on the student ID and so sorry, based on the student marks, I just wanted to make it, sorry, student ID only. I'll be making it here. So let me see it here. This is in the student marks table. Okay. So let me go here, copying it here. Okay. And let me go to my MySQL workbench. Okay, now I'm just creating an index. Creating indexes, the syntax is very simple. Again, throughout SQL, you will find it is all simple English-like statements only, right? So what I'm doing is create index, and you just give the name of the index. So we are here, we are just index. I mean, just prefixing with IDX, just only to tell that this is index. You just it is only for our easy reference only. Okay, IDX on which column we are doing in the student ID column. We are doing that one where you are doing it on the student marks table, and on which column you are doing it on student ID column. You are just doing it here. So that's what you are doing. Okay, because you know that in student marks table we haven't defined any primary keys, right? You just have a look at it here, you will get an idea. For example, if you go to student marks table, there is no primary key. You can just see it only student ID, subject, marks we are given. So no, we haven't defined any primary key itself. But we also know that one, it is, for example, the student ID. One student ID can have multiple subjects, but each row of the student will be identified uniquely with a student ID and the subject. If both are unique, you cannot have same student ID with the same subject two rows, right? That's very common sense, right? For example, one student ID number one can have one record with mathematics, one record with science. He can have it. You cannot have student ID one mathematics and student ID one again one more mathematics. You will not have it, right? It is not logically correct also, right? So that means the that will be identified uniquely identified by two columns. Okay. So here I just want to introduce the one more concept now. Okay. So typically when you create a primary key, it doesn't mean that you are creating the primary key on one single column alone. Okay. So you can also combine multiple columns so that that will define unique record for that. Okay. So in this case, what will happen? The student ID and subject together create a primary key column. Okay. So in that case, even once you create the together as a primary key, then automatically indexing will be happening on that itself. Okay. So anyway, we'll come back to this again. So here, so creating the index, I'm just selecting this is the simple syntax what we have seen that here. So now let me say create. Okay, now my index is created here. So now what will happen? The advantage will be all the records, and by default it will be kept in the order of student ID. Okay, so that means suppose if you are adding, say for example, the student ID number one data, I entered it now, and then later I entered it for student number two data. I entered three. I entered, and then later I realized that I need to add one more record of student ID one. Okay, I just pay, but in the table it will be in the order in which the data is inserted into the system. Okay, but now the indexing what will happen is it will keep all the student ID number one in a particular place and student number two in a second, third, like that will be having it. Then the advantage will be your scanning will be happening only for that particular ID only. Okay, so but how do you so ensure that the whatever the index you have created and it is being used? Okay, so that is the where you need to understand whenever you are giving an SQL statement. Okay, So you need to, when the where class you are writing it here is where. So what you need to do, where student ID, when you are giving it here, then automatically what will happen, it will looks for the index if anything is created on the student ID, then based on that it will automatically it will search for that. Okay. So just you can now just only understand that you are creating an index now. Okay, the simple syntax. Okay. So now I just created it here. Now just to go here, since it is on a particular table, indexes is always on a particular table only, right? So when you, since you have created that one, so all that I need to do is you just go to that particular table, and there is an index here available, and still it is not refreshed. So what I'll do is I'll just say refresh, or so now if we go to indexes, my IDX underscore student index is created now. Okay, so if you see it here that index is created, so once it is created, I mean there are different types of indexes are there, and like it is following the B tree type. So if you want to understand more about the indexes, how it is being created, okay, you can again, as I said, you can just you make use of ChatGPT and try to understand more about it. As a beginner, don't have to worry about all those things, but as long as you understand how to create an index, that is more than enough. Okay, now this is done. Now the index is created, and similar way there are different ways by which you can create an index. Okay, so now let me explain quickly. So here now I'm just giving create index, index student subject. Okay, both combination I'm just going to give it on the same table. This is what I earlier explained to it, right? So I'm just creating index on both the combination. In that what will happen? The student ID and his subject. And the student ID, the subject, it will be in the order, so that it will be for a particular student. You'll be able to get all the student, I mean the particular student and all the subject whatever is attended. I mean, what are the subject he has taken, that will be shown in I mean the order itself. Then you'll be able to quickly retrieve the data. Okay. So now let me do that part here. Here we are just only did the single column. Now I'm just doing it here on the multiple columns. You can just see it here both. I mean same only, right? I'm just doing it on the student marks table here. Okay. Okay. So now I'm just saying run now. So now it is got created. Again, just refresh it here. You can see that one more also created now. So here what happens is it is adding two columns, student ID and subject. That's what we'll be able to see it here. Okay. So now the two is there is the third thing is there. Okay. What is the third thing is that create a unique index. So unique indexes means you will always make sure that you will not have more than one record with the same like student and ID and subject. That's what you are looking at here. Okay, so that is also possible. So create unique index. There is one more way of creating it here. So now I'm just putting that. Same thing. You can see it here. Unique index means here only the unique records, student ID and subject will be available. Anyway, you know that you cannot have duplicate records with the student ID and subject itself. Okay. So now let me execute this. You can see it here now. This is available. Now let me refresh all the indexes. So that's also created. But here in this case, the same thing only. But here it is saying, you see, unique or not. You are just saying yes, unique, and you are. That's how it is getting updated there. Okay. I hope you are able to follow till now whatever you are saying it here. And we've seen one of this index like this, right? And the student you are creating it here. As I told to you earlier. So this. I mean alter table student marks and adding a primary key which having two columns as together you are creating it here. So this is also one more way by which I can do. Once you create it as a primary key, as I told to you, it will be automatically treated as index. Okay. So both this whatever this one you are doing and this both will serve one and the same. Okay. So here by virtue of creating it as a primary key, the index will be automatically created, and here you are actually explicitly defining the index. Okay. So now let me do this part also primary key, because we know that we haven't created any primary key here, right? Here I'm just taking going to the table here. You see it here. There is no primary key column defined so far. Okay. So now let's say okay, define the primary key column now. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, altering the table. Which table? Student marks table. I'm altering it here. And when I'm altering it, what I'm doing, I'm just adding a new constraint. What is that? I'm just adding a primary key and just adding it here. And when you say primary key on what columns you need to specify, right? I'm just giving student and subject columns. I'm just giving it here. So now let's see that one. So now this is created now. So now let's quickly now if you look at the refresh list table, then you will notice that now you see student ID and subject both put together it is created as the primary key. Right, you can see it here PK is there, it is nothing but primary key. On these two columns together, you can see that both are getting highlighted also. Are you getting it here? So this is how the primary keys can be, this is called alternatively called as the composite key. Because why it's called composite key, you are using two columns together and as a unique record identifier, right? So that's why it is called composite key. Okay. Now I hope you are able to understand, right? I mean, only the basic concept. Just to think about how the indexes in the books is working. The similar concept is applied into the database tables also. So to that extent, if you remember, that's fine. Okay. Now let's get into the functions and procedures in MySQL. Okay. And what is the functions we'll be doing here is functions because it is nothing but what you do repeatedly in a particular I mean, in a particular table or any operation that you do, that you can just create a routines, right? So that it will be always available. So you'll be able to make use of that. And functions will always return certain values. That is the whole purpose of function means. Okay. And in MySQL, or not only in MySQL, any databases, you will have two different functions. One is called as built-in functions, wherein it is already pre-created. All the functions are pre-created and also you have custom functions. Custom function is what you create it in the system, so you can also be able to create that one. Okay, so here what we'll do is here is we'll quickly understand the built-in functions. Let me take small example. We would have already seen that, right? When we work with the strings, we have I mean, suppose if you want to convert all the things into lowercase or all the things into uppercase, if you want to do that one, so what we'll be doing here is we are just using our lower and then we are doing it here. Okay, then what happens? There is a simple lower is nothing but a simple function for that. Similarly, you might have used a trim, you would have used lpad, rpad, and so many things are there, right? Even date also, we have so many different formats of that. Okay, all these things are, we call them it as a built-in functions. Okay, and a custom function, as I said, you will be creating your own functions. Okay, so maybe I'll just create with an example, then you'll be able to see how the I mean user defined functions can be created. Okay, so now let's create a simple example. Built-in function, how do we use it here? Though we already tried it here, I'm just showing it again here. So let me clear it here now. Okay, let me just do that here. So what I'm just doing, select lawyer student name as the lowercase student name. This this is an alias name that you are giving, lowercase of student name. From where students table you are just giving it here. Okay. So now you just see it here. So what could be the error? So let us say Yeah, right. We may have to use instead of lower, we need to use lower case, right? We can use that L case. Okay, L case is not supported now. Let me see. Let's try. Yeah. So now you can just see it here. When you say lower, so you'll be able to get all the things in the lowercase format. Okay. So similarly, upper, if you want to do, you can do that part of it. Okay. So now, I mean, you understood this is standard. These are all the pre-inbuilt functions we have it here. Okay. So now let's quickly take an example of a custom functions. Okay. So what I'll be doing here is I just want to create a custom function wherein in our student table we have the date of birth column. Okay. But I don't have the direct way to get the age of that. Okay. So I know, but how to calculate an age? I just use the formula, right? Always you will find the difference between today's date and the date of birth. That should give you then what is the year difference? That should be giving you the age part of it. Okay, so let me first show you how it will be calculated. And, so what I'll be doing here is I just create a here. If you see that syntax, that is more important now. So since you are using this SQL, I mean sorry, MySQL workbench. So what happens here is okay. So now what I'll do is so here. So I'm just saying that, I mean, again, common sense approach, create a function. Okay. So you need to give a name of the function. So what is the function? I'm just saying calculate age. That is the function I'm just name. This is your own name, whatever you are giving for that. Okay. So then for that function, but we need to give some input, but it will return some output, right? What is the input you are going to give? You are giving the birth date. Right? The student will be giving it here. Okay. So the birth date is in what format? It is in the date format. So that's what you are defining as the date format here. Okay, the date data type. Okay, it is nothing but the data type. So now what I'm just doing it here, it will be returning integer. That's what I'm just saying it here. What is that integer? Because your age you want to display the rounded age. Okay, so that's why you're just giving it here. And what I'm just doing here is these two lines are very important. That means reads SQL data means because you are connecting to the table and then getting the data. So that's why you are saying that read SQL data. And you need to write this deterministic also, you need to give that one so that you can calculate and tell you. Okay. So now what we need to do here is you have to begin. So you are beginning your program, I mean the function. You are declaring a variable called student age. Okay. So that is integer. Okay. So now what you are doing, set the student age. So the student age is the value where you want to set it. How do you find that one? You are just finding the current date, current date is the date format, and you also know the birth date. So you are just trying to get the year of the birth date, you are getting it here. Similarly, year of the current date, you are just getting it here. Okay, this is again a inbuilt function, right? And the next what we'll be doing here is you are now trying to find out whether the current month, okay, of the current month is less than the birthday month, okay, or then you will know that it is a birthday month is still not yet over, okay, or the current date, the current month are equal to the birthday date. You are just trying to check it, and also trying to check the date also, whether the date is less than the birthday date or not. So this will help you, so that what you can do is this is not yet over, so you can set the value as the what are the difference you are calculating it here. you can minus it by 1 because this is satisfying this particular condition. Okay, so that is what we are doing it here now, and then I'm just ending the if statement. Okay, so don't worry much about that. I mean, if you are already familiarized with any of the programming languages, you'll be knowing that. And so if statement, these are all comes under control statements, right? You can be doing that. So, and then it returns the student age. Okay, so because you have calculated it here, that value it will be returning it here. That's what you are doing it here. And then you are ending it because you are started with the begin here, so it will go and end with here. Okay, then you are using a delimiter. So delimiter is nothing but because you are using, we know very well that the semicolon is the delimiter, that is used to say that this is the end of the statement, right? SQL statement you are doing that. So suppose if you are not using this delimiter, then everything, if you are not declaring this delimiter here, then what will happen? It will try to execute it here up to this, and then again it try to here this as an independent ones it will do. So now because we need to execute the entire thing as a block, you need to do that one. So that is where what we are doing, we are declaring the delimiter, but you are telling to the program that what is the delimiter, you are having a two double backward slash. Okay, so where that backward slash is coming, there you will be ending it here. That's what you can see it here. After end you will also having it here. That means this entire thing will be treated as a single block, and then you are closing the delimiter part of it here. Are you getting it here? So this is the basic thing that you are doing it here. So now that having calculated the age of, I mean birth age of, age of the student. So let us see how I'm just creating this function now. Let's see that. So now that the function is created here, so let us see whether it got created or not. So again, so because it is the function is not on a particular table, so you can always find it in a separate area itself. So let us refresh it here. So now that if you see it here, you have functions as a separate one available. Okay, so I'm just you can see it as like tables, views, and functions in a separate one. So I'm just giving it as calculate age. I'm having it here. So calculate age, when I'm just giving it here, this is what it is showing it here now. Okay, what is that parameter you're giving? The input you are just giving it as a date, you are giving it here, but in return it gives an integer value, which is a age that you are going to get that one. Okay, so that's what you are just seeing it here now. Okay, so now let us now have created the function, because you are creating it once, and then you can just call it any wherever you want to do that one, so that every time you don't have to write the logics. All right. I mean, you would have, some of you already worked on the programming languages, in whether you are learned in C, C++, or Java or Python, or you will be seeing this, the functions will happen. The same logic only in database also. Okay. So now once the function is defined, you need to call the function, right? So that's what we have to do it now. Okay, so let us go to this. Now I'm just trying to call the function. What I'm trying to do is I'm just giving a date, a birth date. I'm just giving it here. I'm passing it there, and then trying to get the student age. Okay, but here I'm not referring to any table. Okay, here I'm just only just giving the date and then trying to get what it is. Okay, let us see that now first. So let me clear this. So now I just say select. Now you see here I'm just giving the function name here, like how we have given the lower, upper, or L pad, R pad, trim, and all the things are giving, because you have created your own function, which is nothing but calculate age. You have given it here. So you give that function name, and then for that you need to give a date as the format. That's what the input. That's what we defined it here also. Okay, so I'm just giving the date in the specified format, which MySQL can understand, and then when you calculate that, you just show it as the student age alias value. Okay, so now let me see it here. Now just run it here. You now see it here because it is 2005 and 15. Okay, so if you see it at 2005, 15 is the date. I'm just giving it here, but today's date is it is 2024. So that means 24 years are already completed, and 15 the day it is not yet over. Right? We are still in the today's date. If you look at it here, today we are at today's date is nothing but it is on, I mean, 3rd May, you are that. That means the date is not yet over. Okay. So you can just see it here, it is 24. will be seen here. Assuming that this date of birth, I just change it to less than today's date. That means the today is the 3rd May. So I just change it to 1st May. Okay. So now just change it to 1st May. You can just see the output. It is showing 24 years because you have completed that, right? So that's how it will be calculated now. Okay, right? I hope you are able to find it. How to find the age of the student. Okay. So now quickly try to see how I'm able to use it in my table. Okay, here I'm just independently doing that one. Okay, but how do I use this in the table? I'll also just show it to you now. Okay, as you all know that we don't have a age column in the table. Okay, so that means every time we'll be calculating the age and then showing it. Only the date of birth we have it here. Okay, so now what I'll do, I just go here. I just give the student name. I know the name of the student and then calculate their age as one of the column and store it as and the alias column name as student age and from students. Okay, here now I'm just retrieving the data. And please note that again, the age is not there in the not there in the database. So you are calculating it based on birth date. Birth date is from the birth date of the respective, I mean, respective student, right? Now you can see it here for all the students. I'm able to get the age now, right? You see, I'm just using a function inside a SQL select statement, select class, right? I'm just able to use that one, right? So this how we'll be able to make use of functions and how we can use it in the SQL statements. I'm just showing it here for you. Okay. I hope you are able to follow till now, right? So having understood what is a function, right? Let's quickly get into what is the procedures. Okay, so procedures are nothing but a repeated activities, but a procedures will be called. I mean, unlike function which will be returning a value, but the procedures will be you'll be calling it here, and so that you'll be able to execute whatever you want to have repeatedly. You are doing that one. Okay, so a typical example I'll tell you for the procedures. Okay, so maybe I'll just do one thing before getting into the details about the procedure. Let's take a small example, then we'll come back to this text so that you'll be able to understand it here. Okay. So let's create a small procedure. Only thing is I just wanted to get a student info as the procedure. I just want to give it, create it here. What it will be doing here is, I mean, I'm just giving the input. IN is nothing but input. Input as the student ID. I'm just giving it here. Once I give the student ID, because you know student ID is an integer value. Once I give it here, so what I will be doing is I just use my select statement. What you need to do, you will select the student name, age from students, and where student ID equal to whatever the ID number you are passing from here, that you pass it on to here. Okay. So the moment you put that one, and it will be returning you all the values. Okay. So let us first run that, create this, and run it. Then after that, we'll explain it in detail. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it is I'm about to create a procedure. Okay. So what is that I'm doing it here? Create procedure. Okay. And get the student info. So what is that? I want to get the student info by giving, suppose I give just one student ID number, I'm just giving it here. Once I give the student ID number, you just get me student name, age from the student table. Okay. And based on the ID number that I inputted. That's what the only thing I just doing it here. Okay. Hope you are able to understand here. I just created it now. Once I create it here, now you can just see it here, just say refresh, and you can see it here now. The procedures. You can just expand it here. You can just see student info. So I just inputting the value as in student ID value. So I just giving it here, which is an integer type. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is, let me again, like the way how we are calling the functions, similar way you can use your procedures also, you can call that one. So let me see it here now. For calling a procedure, you need to simply need to put call. Okay. So now what we'll be doing here is, So now call, simply you see it here, I'm just saying call get student info. That's all. Here what I'm just doing, I'm just giving the ID number of the student. It can be 1 or 4 or anything. So I'm just running it here. Can you see the student number name and age will be Sara and the age will be 15. So this is how actually you'll be doing it in your programming. You'll be creating the procedures readily available. So you just only pass the parameter and you try to get all the values also. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to call the procedure. Having understood how to create and how to call the procedure, now just quickly understand the text what is there so that you'll be able to understand more. So in MySQL, a stored procedure is a set of SQL statement that are stored in the database server. Okay, that is server level and can be called and executed repeatedly by the client applications or other stored routines. Okay, wherever you want to repeatedly make use of that, you can do. Okay, so that the same code again and again you need to write it, right? The stored procedure provide a way to encapsulate and reuse the complex logic within the database itself. Okay, so that means every time I need not have to use, the, for example, select a student ID, I mean name and maybe the gender from I mean the student table instead of doing that. So you can just create a procedure one and then just pass the value, you will be able to get that one, right? I mean they can also accept input parameters and return output values also. Here it will be whatever the input parameters you are giving, based on that output. We have seen it here, right? We have given the input parameter as a student ID number, but return output will be the SQL statement, whatever you got it, right? And the stored procedures again encapsulate SQL logic within the database and reduce the network traffic and improving the performance because you are automatically the routines once you are compiled. So every time the this procedure will not be recompiled every time. Okay, so that is the only advantage of that. The stored procedures can be called from the client applications or other store it is even from within the other stored procedure. You can call a procedure inside a procedure also. So that the advantage will be like you can break up your procedures as small as possible and maybe you can combine them based on your need and then you can make it as a larger procedure which may have the sub procedures inside that. Okay, so that way also you'll be able to do. Okay. So hope you are able to understand what is a function and what is the procedure. And mainly you need to have more clarity on the difference between what is a function and what is a procedure. That is very, very important. Okay. This will be again a standard interview question that will be being asked to you. Okay. So the next we'll quickly go through triggers and events. Okay. So what is triggers and events here? And when the again you try to understand the word itself, right? So when you say trigger is nothing but the based on certain thing it should trigger something, right? So someone something will be triggering to act some other activities, right? So that's how we'll be understanding that. So typically what happens in a table, suppose if certain events are happening in a particular table, you do these activities. That's how you are going to do that one. And then what is the event? Events are nothing but you can schedule certain activities in a time bound manner. For example, every day. Okay, for example, if you how many students have joined in the school on a daily basis, if you want to know. Okay, or how many students attended the class on a daily basis you are taking it, right? So assume that at the end of the attendance, you need to calculate the total number of people attended and then put it in a separate table where the total number of students, how many are there, how many have attended in the classroom. Okay, so that you can always do that one. On a daily basis, at the end of the day, the system will automatically will do means without even manual intervention. In that case, you can make use of the events. Okay, and the triggers on the other hand. Okay, so triggers will be based on certain change that is happening in a particular table to trigger some activities. Okay, so we will try to understand with both of them. I mean, with an example, then you'll be able to do. Okay, so let me first take an example and explain. Then we'll come back to the how it can be done. Okay, so now what I'll do here is, I mean, this is a typical one example. Let me copy it first. and then I'll explain to you in detail. So assume that I'm just creating a new trigger. Okay. And please always understand that the triggers are created on a particular table only, right? So that means there are certain events on a particular table. That's why you'll always find that you may not be searching everywhere. You just go to the particular table and you'll expand that. You will have a triggers here. Okay, then you'll be able to find out what is the trigger created. Currently, nothing is there. Okay. So now what I'm just doing here is create trigger, update average marks. Okay. Suppose for each and every student, I just wanted to update the average marks in their student table itself. Okay. Right. And for that, what I'm just need to what I'm doing here is how do I update the average marks? Whenever I'm inserting a record into the student marks table, right? That is the table where you will be having the marks of the student in various subjects, right? So whenever I'm inserting a record, for example, we have inserted mathematics and science as a subject we have given it here. Assuming that I'm just adding a new student and for him again maths and science subject you are entering it here, then it should automatically calculate what is the average marks is scored in the two subjects, right? And it should show it there itself. Okay, so that's what I'm just taking the same example. And how do you do that one? For every, I mean, for each row, you need to put that one. What is that each row means? Whenever a single row is added into that student marks table, then you should start this activity. What is it you are doing? Again, like when you are writing procedure or function, wherever you are just starting at the beginning here. So the same way I'm also doing it here. Also the delimiter now you understood. So we are using delimiter also in the beginning and the end. Okay. And then so we are now declaring the variables, right? You are just declare, and what is that you are doing? Total marks, you are declaring it here. And the total marks, you want to show it as a decimal value. And then total subject, you just want to create an integer value. And then you know the student ID, you are just again integer value. Okay, so this is what you are doing it here. Now what I'm trying to do now, I'm just calculating the total marks and total subject for the student. Okay, suppose a student would have appeared three subject or he would have appeared only two subject. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just find out the total marks and then based on the number of subjects, I'll be dividing the total mark to get the average. That is the only basic thing, right? We'll be doing it here. So what I'm just doing here now, select some of the marks you are taking it here, and also count the distinct subject also you are taking it here, and then you are putting into the total marks and total subject, because you see it here already you are declaring the variable here, so that variables you are using it here. Okay, so these are all typically called as PLSQL statements. Okay, so I'm just not introducing that concept PLSQL completely, but only just for the benefit of this one. And there will be a separate um, session we will be conducting in the future, wherein you'll have a dedicated session for PLSQL. Okay, but at this point of time, just I wanted to understand only very very basic things, so that you'll be able to, with the common sense, you'll be able to understand that. Okay, so here I'm just getting that value, but I'm just putting into it the two variables. That's what is important now. Okay, and where from you are doing the student marks table only, right? And where the student ID equal to the new student ID, because what is the new student ID? Whenever you are inserting a record, always understand that there is an old value, there is a new value. Okay, so because I will be having a student and a new value, and also I'll be having a old value of that one, right? Before updating and after updating it here. For example, I might be having a student mark, might be I may given it as 80, but I'm updating it to 70. But then what the database will remember what was the old value, what is the new value, right? So what I'm just assigning it here is I'm just assigning the new value of the student ID. So student ID I'm just giving it here, and then I'm calculating all of them. Okay, because I'm just inserting the new record, right, for the new record of a student inside the student marks table. Okay, so now then what you need to do, calculating the average marks, we all know very common sense. How do you calculate the average marks? Average marks is nothing but the total marks divided by total subjects. That's what you have calculated here. Okay, so that means what you do, set at average marks. You are assigning the value. What is that? You are calculating this. Okay, and then so what is the purpose of a trigger? We know. Okay, you are inserting some record into the student marks table. I mean, a student ID, maybe subject, and what is the mark is code that you are entering it here. But you wanted to calculate that average mark, and you want to store that in the students table, right? So what I'm just doing, update student, set average marks. Okay, you see it here, the students table. I'm just updating it here, and there is a column called average marks. I think now you can recollect this particular average marks column, right? So we created it, but we are by default we are given the value as 0 in the previous sessions, right? So now that because the purposefully it was not given any calculations, we wanted to show with the example of triggers. Okay, and what I am just doing, I am assigning the value is average marks because your calculated value is available, so you are setting that value here. Okay, where the student ID equal to whatever the new student ID that is happening. That is the only thing you are now doing. Okay, then you are ending the program and you are closing the delimiter. Okay, so that's what it is now. So now having understood here, so let me create it now. Okay, so now let me refresh it here and then you can say see. So now if you go to the stored procedures, right? Sorry, triggers, as I said, it is on a particular table. So that means I go to the particular table, student marks table. Okay, so you go to the triggers. You have triggers here, so let me refresh here. Okay, you are creating it on the update student part of it, right? So what I'll do is you should come. Okay, what is the reason? Okay, it is not created till now. And wait, let me say create. Now let's see, refresh it here. Okay, now you can just see it here. The trigger got created now. Okay, so now when you go see that update average marks, it is created now. So now let us see, now try to insert. Now I want to insert a record into the student marks table and then see how it is happening. Okay, so for that I'll just me quickly show you. Before doing that, let me just display all the student details table here. So this is the student table, right? If we just try to display the records here, you just see it here now. You see it here, the average marks field, you are not finding any values, right? You are not finding any values here. Okay, all are showing null only. Okay, now we will see how it is getting updated whenever I'm just adding. For example, there is none of the student has the average marks here. Okay, so now I'm just inserting certain value into the student marks table. Okay, and then you see how it is getting updated now. Okay, so let me show now again. So let me introduce. I mean, the student who is having insert the record into the student marks table. Okay, so which student I'm just adding it here because you know already we have students 1, 2, 3. Their data is already available in the system, and 4 is not available. Now I'm just introducing that fourth student's marks and just inserting into that. So you all know that multiple inserts how we are going to do that one. Same thing. I'm just copying it here. I'm just creating inserting the record now. Okay. So now if you look at it here, so let me close it. Okay, so now let me execute that. So I'm just execute this. So the two records are inserted here. Let us see whether it got inserted first in the student table. Okay, now just expanding the student, describing the student table. Because the student with the ID 4, we have seen that mathematics 85 and 95. And you know what could be the average of the student number 4? What is the average? 85 and 95, it will be 90, right? The average will be 90 marks. Okay, let us see whether it is 90 or not, how it is calculated here. See, now if I go to now student table, okay, I'm just going to a student table and then I'm just saying, just displaying the record now. You see it here, the student table for the fourth student, right? Fourth student, average mark is automatically calculated as 90. I have not entered it here. Okay. So what happened? I entered some data in student marks table, and then once it is triggered to update average marks in the students table, right? So that means when I'm inserting something there in the student mark, and it's triggering to update the data in the students table. So that's how it will be able to do. Hope you are able to follow it right till now. Okay. So this is a quick example, and we already see that one, how to see the values here, right? You can do that. Okay. So here you can see that average mark column is automatically updated here, right? Okay. So now let's get into the events. So as I discussed, the events are nothing but the time bound thing. Okay. So, I mean, just at this point in time, I just want you to understand only events. And I will not be demonstrating it here. There is an example given here. Okay. And there is a purpose also because the current version of my database doesn't support this event. Okay. So you can try it in your system. Okay. So just to give an example, the event which I already explained. So the events are the tasks that are scheduled to run on a specific time or at a specific interval. Maybe it can be every 1 hour, or it can be every half an hour, or it can be every 10 minutes, or it can be every one single day, or every week on a particular time, or every year, or every month. So these are all the different events that can be triggered. Okay. So those kind of things we'll be able to do. Okay. The advantage will be that on a particular, for example, the beginning of the academic year, you wanted to automatically insert. So what is the academic year details in the your academic year details table itself? Okay, automatically you can add a new academic year in the system. So that whenever the records are entered, that new academic year you'll be able to select it here. Okay, so like that many things you can think about it. Okay, and for which you need to just, for example, I'm just one example I'm just giving it here. For example, here you are creating a student performance table, and which will have student ID, what is the average mark, when it was last updated, that's what you are just keeping the store. It is just only a score of that. How are you doing it here? So whenever, every day at the end, on you can see it here, create event, update student performance on schedule every 1 day. Okay, it may be every 2 day or every 7 days once. Starts current time step. So you will be just starts with the today's date. You will be doing it here, or you can just specify a particular date also when it has to start. Okay, and here what you are doing it here is you are inserting into the student performance that their data every single day. It will be inserting that one. Okay, and you can also just use a select statement. It will just select all the values from the student marks table, and then what it does is it just calculate the average value, and then the that average value will be stored inside the student performance table. That is the only activity it will be doing it here. And what are all the events that is created in the database, you can also use it, see show event. And if you want to drop any event, you can also use the drop event and give the name of the student, the event name, you can just give it here. Okay, so anyway, this one you can just, if you have an understanding, that is fine. Okay, and if time permits, you can just experiment it as well. Okay. Now we are coming towards the next part of it is that exporting and importing the data. Okay. So having created all the data, okay, so I need to export the data and which I want to take for maybe for the purpose of taking a backup. Okay. Assume that I lost all the data. I want to again import the data. I need to do that one. This again so happens that I may drop all the records, then I need to again get it back. So it will be a cumbersome exercise, right? For example, so far you would have created all the details in the, so you created the database and you created the tables, you created functions, you created triggers, and all the things are available here. Assuming that suddenly or accidentally I remove the students, I mean, sorry, school database, what will happen to all my data and everything? Everything will be lost. Then how do I retrieve all of them back, right? So that is where you need to time need to make sure that you export the data and store it. I mean, take the backup of that exported data so that if tomorrow is something needed, so you'll be get it back again. Okay. So now we will just try to do a simple example. Then you see how we'll be able to get the data back. Okay. So we'll try with two things. One is we try to export only a particular table and then see and then how do we get it back. And the next one is we'll also try to export the entire data, I mean, entire database itself, okay, particular schema, and then try to retrieve it back. Okay, so that's what we'll be able to see it now. Okay, so now for example, before getting into that, let me first export the table, and then I'll find out what I need to do. Okay, so now let's so here, how do we start that one? Okay, for exporting table. So here and MySQL Workbench, on the top menu, we have something called a server, and then you have a data export and data import. That option is available. Okay, so when you choose that one, you'll be able to do this perform these operations. Okay, so let us see how to. I mean, you can, as I mentioned, you can export the database, you can import the database. Similarly, you can export tables or import tables, and you can also export the data as an Excel CSV format, I mean comma separated value format, or a simple SQL format. It has a single file, it will be stored, and you can just run that one, you'll be able to get it also. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to do. So let us take this with an example, then you'll be able to understand. Okay, so now let me go to again MySQL workbench. Okay, so now let me go to on the top server, and this is where you'll be finding data export and data import, right? So now let's start with the export part of it. Okay, when I say data export, then it automatically shows and all the schema that is available in my database. Okay, so I'm in my MySQL server. Okay, I have multiple databases actually, to be more precise, and I have multiple databases like Secular, or I have a school test database. All things are available. Okay, so now that I'm just using only my school database, I'm just selecting that. Okay, once I select that one, so in the school database, what are all the details available? It shows here to me. What it shows here, it shows the student info. There is a view that we have created. It is showing that, and the student marks it is available, and then students is available. Okay, so assuming that I accidentally removed this student info view. Okay, right? I want to retrieve it back. Similarly, we have other things, all the events and all the dump triggers and all the things also you can export it if you want. You can specify that, and even your stored procedures and functions also you can export so that it will be retrieved back. Okay, it's all optional. Suppose you don't want all these things to be imported, you can uncheck it. Okay, so now what I'm just doing here is, I mean, I'm just taking only one example of student marks table. I'm just taking the export of this. Only I've taken only student marks alone. Okay, and because we know already we have a couple of procedures and triggers and everything is created, we'll just take that one as an example. And here you can see there is one more option here. What is that option here is dump structure and data. That means it will create, it will remember it. I mean, it can take out all the table how it got created. That right? The DDL operations, whatever you have done to create a table and all. So that also will be available, and you also your data, whatever is there, that also will be taken. Suppose if you are interested only the data to be dumped, so then it will just only dump the data, and then you can again import the data back. Okay. And suppose I'm not interested in the data, but I just only wanted to keep the structure of the data, I mean database. Like for example, the table structure or the views and or the database and all of this. Only I'm just interested in the structure of that I can do. Okay. So for the time being, what I'll do is I'll just put both the structure and data both, and you can explore with the remaining options on your own. So you'll find that it's very easy, straightforward to do that one. Okay. So now, so since here you can just see it here, there is an option you can select only views means you can select only the views, and you select tables means you select that tables as well. And if you want to unselect all of them, you can do. So for example, when I say select, it say this is a view, right? Student info is a view which we have created it. And the next we have the student table. So student table, this is nothing but I mean, it will select only the tables, students and the student marks tables will come. Okay. So uncheck all means it will not remove all this. You can just manually also do that. I'm just doing it here now. Okay. So now the next question will come here is the and how do I am exporting it here? Okay. So what I'll do is so now I just again okay. So here export option, what option, dump the project folder. Suppose where you want to store that one, you can just put that one. Okay, whichever the path you want to specify, you can dump it there. Okay, or you can just dump it to the self-contained file. It is nothing but a SQL script, it will be creating it here, whereas in other case it will be stored in a particular Excel file itself, it will be stored. Okay, so now for this simplicity purpose, what I'll do is I just export it to a self-contained file. I just try to take that as an example and then do. Okay, so I'm just doing it as export self-contained file. I'm just giving it here. Okay, so all the selected objects and everything will be exported into single self-contained file. That's what it is saying here. Okay, so create the dump in the single transaction self-contained file only, and include create schema also. Suppose you are already having a schema, I'm not dropping that one. So I'm just only dropping the table, so I don't have to create that one. I'm just keeping it as a. Okay, I'm not doing anything here. So now let's export this now. Okay, if you see it here, that file will be user, Vasulingam, documents, and dumps, and you will be finding it here. Okay, so if you want to specify a particular folder, you can specify it as well. Okay, I'm just giving it here, and you can just see it here. It's all users, Vasulingam, it's a folder available. For example, I just want to keep it in a different directory. Okay, so what I'll do here is, assume that I'll just create a temporary folder in my desktop. Okay, so I just created in desktop. Okay, and then there is a new folder, and in that I just put the file name. Okay, I mean export student marks. Okay, so that's what I'm just simply doing it here. There is an export student mark. I'm just giving it here. Maybe it's always a good practice to include a date also into that, so that you know what time this is exported, so that you can just take that appropriate file as well. Okay, anyway, for time being, I'm just saving it as it is. Okay, I just now you can see it here. I just created it on my desktop, and it is available to come there. Now let me start export. You see here the export is done now. Okay, so everything is over. Okay, so now you can see that the logs also, you can just see it here what all things are happened here. Okay, you can just go through that as well for your reference. Okay, now that I have exported it here. Okay, so let me quickly see what is that export file contains, so it will give some idea to you. Okay, so what is that file, the file we just put it is the file name that we gave is the inside the new folder. Okay, so we have taken the backup, right? Expert student marks, that is the table with that we are having it here. Okay, so let me just open it here. It is automatically opens in MySQL workbench itself. It is opening there, right? And you just try to see what is available in this content. So that will be you'll be seeing that interesting one, and it is creating a complete dump. It was created, and it is taking the local host and database. It is spool. That's what it is taking it here. Okay, what is the server version? That information also it is taking it here. Okay, all these default parameters it is be taking it here. Now you can see it here. You are just only because since it's an exported file, you will be again using it for importing it also, right? So that's why what it is doing it here is, if the table is already available, it first drops the table. Okay, and then the next one it is creating the table. You can see it here, the entire create table, including the primary key constraints, all the indexes that what we created, everything will be available in a single thing, right? And then once it is created, and the table will be logged. Okay, and then what it will be doing, it will be start inserting it here, so no more transaction will be allowed. But this database, you can see it here, all the values are available here now. So right, all the students values are available here. I mean their marks are available, and that it will be inserting that value. And then after that, once the insert is completed, it will be unlocking the table. Okay, and once it is done, then now you can be able to see that again the other information it is creating it here with a function. And you can also see it here, we have created the the uh, this is nothing but the your trigger what you have created it here. Okay, so the trigger names are available here. You can see the triggers also got exported in that. Okay, so then the again the delimiter gets over here, and then you are looking at any events are there, any rotate functions are there. You can see it here, there is a function that we have created it as calculate age, so that is also available here. Okay, so all these things are exported into, and you can see it here, even the procedure what we gave, get student info. So all the things are available here. Okay, so that is when it's exporting it here, all the content including the data is available here. Suppose if you have done only the structure, then all this insert statement will not be available. Okay, and suppose we have not included the triggers and procedures, then this will not be created it here. So let's say the whatever the option that you are selecting, that becomes more important. Okay, so now that I just have the confidence that I have already exported all the data, even if I accidentally delete the student marks table, now it will not create me, it will not be any problem. Okay, so now let's quickly do that as well. Okay, so now what let me go here is, here now that student marks table is available here, right? Okay, assuming that my developer accidentally deleted this table, so how the what is the syntax for the dropping the table? Drop table, what is the table name? Student marks, the table name, right? So now I'm just accidentally dropping it here. Okay, so what happens to my table now? Now student marks table is no more existing it here, right? Now what happened to me? All my data, the table structure and all the things, everything is gone. Okay, so then all the functions I created, procedures I created, triggers I created. So can I spend the same time whatever I explained to you all these hours? So you cannot redo it everything, right? So now for that what I need to do, I need to import it here. Okay, so this is where I just go to server, and now I say data import. Okay, so when you say data import, it is asking me from where you want to import the data. Okay, since I already have my file in the desktop, which is a backup, this I need to do a backup at a regular interval, so that I will not be, I'll not be losing it as well. Okay, so now in the new folder it is available. Okay, So just say okay here, and then so load the folder contents. So here it is saying that import self-contained file. What is that? I'm just checking it here. Okay, so now I just go to my desktop. Okay, I'm going here and selecting it here. Okay, so this is where it is available now. Actually, sorry, I was trying to get it from the import project folder now, because we have put it in the self-contained file, right? I'm just trying to select it now. Okay, so now that my file is available already, I've done that one here. Now it is asking me the default schema to be imported to where it has to be imported. Okay, I'm not specifying, I'm just seeing it here. My school database only, I just want to put it here. So I'm just clicking that one. Okay, and suppose you want to create a new database and then you want to do that also available. So I'm just choose the school database because the same place only I want to put it back. Okay, and then now what you need to do, the default schema to import the data into that. Okay, it is showing here now. Okay, now what you are doing here is, and select the database objects to import. Suppose it's available for project folder only, it is applicable. But here you are selected it as a script now. Okay, so in that case you have to have the import the complete thing only. You need to do that one. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is start importing. I just say it here. Okay, now that import is completed. Okay, so now let's go and check it here now. School. Now just refresh all. Now my students marks table is back, and it has all the triggers, and just want to check whether all the data is also there. You can just see it here, all the data is available, right, including the fourth record which you inserted, right? So all are available here. So this is the way you can export a table, and you can also do, export the, I mean, import the table data. Okay. Now that having seen the table, how we are able to get it, and if you want to, supposing that if you accidentally dropped the database itself, okay, then how do you do that? So that's where you need to always need to take expert now, expert of the complete database itself. Okay, so now just quickly do this particular part of it here. Okay, again I'm just going to server. Okay, and again I'm just doing data export. Okay, and here now what is that export I want to do? I'm just interested only to export all the complete school case schema. I want to do that one. Okay. When I select it here, by all of them getting selected, and here again. Now this time what we will do is we will go with the the first type, the project folder type. We will go with that. Instead of self-contained file, we will go. Okay. So now I just selected it here. So now I also say that I will just need to have stored procedures, events, and triggers. Everything also I wanted to take it. Okay, here if you see all the tables and the views, everything I'm just selecting it here. And this time I'm just taking all the data also I wanted to have. The same thing I'm just doing it here now. Okay. Yeah, typically when you will be using it, right? For example, if I'm doing a testing and development environment, I want to replicate in the testing environment with the data. I can just do that one. Suppose I done all my development and everything, and now I want to put it into my production. When I move to the production, I will not be interested to have the test data or the development data, whatever I used it, right? So I just only interested to move the structure into the production environment. So I'll be using only the structure, then the structure will be imported, and then the real life data will come into picture. Okay, so you won't be doing that transferring this data. So that's where you'll be using it. I hope you understand, right? Which scenarios will be using that now. Okay, so now that here what I'm just doing it here is I just there is an option it is giving me include creating schema also. You just give it says so because I just include that so that the student schema also will be created again. Okay, so that I don't have to remember whether what schema it was having it also. So now what I've done, I just selected the complete schema itself or database itself. Okay, now start export. You just do. So everything got exported, and okay, this time the folder it is in the documents dump, and dumps it is there. Okay, so now what I'll do is I just go to my, now having done this one, now let's understand what is that document that contains. With this time you will not be able to open the file and see. Let's see that. So now it is in documents folder, right? And there is a dump folder, and now whatever we created for today's date. So that means 0503, this is the date where we have created that. You can see it here, there is student routines, student marks, student subjects, all those things are available here. And again, when I click on this again the individual tables. Each table will be separately created it here, right? And again, if you go here, student marks, again individual details, right? So it's a marks table of that. And then you have student routines, it will have the, that whatever the procedure that we created it, that will come here. Okay, so that's how you can be able to view it here now. Okay, so now what I'll do is here is, instead of again trying to do it from the back side, so since it is created as a project folder, so how do I do that one, we'll see. Okay, so now quickly go to the, sorry, I closed the workbench, let me open it again. Okay, so now that having seen how the, I mean, contents are available, I mean, we exported the entire project. Now let's quickly see whether we'll be able to retrieve it back. So let's select this student and let's drop this schema. Okay, let's select it here, drop now. Now my entire student, sorry, school schema is totally dropped now. Okay, so now how do I retrieve it back? Now there is nothing available. I need to get it back, right? So for which again you go to server and then import, data import. Okay, so now import from document project folder, you are just saying it here. So it's all in the dump folder, you are having it here. Okay, and so again just click it here, inside the dump you will find the today's date, you have something here. Okay, so I'm just selecting that. Okay, so now if you see it here, that school database is already, schema is already available, it is coming here now. Okay, and when I click on this, you can just see it here that views, events, and everything is captured separately. And the students' marks and the table that's also available here. Suppose if you want to select only those selected things, I can select. If you want all of them, so for time being, I'm just selecting all of them, and then say start importing. Okay, and the default target schema, it is asking where you want to import it here. So there is nothing, it's available. Even though if you are not specifying it here, we already mentioned when you are exporting it here. So what is the I mean the database schema it has to create, we are given that, right? So it will take care of that one itself. Okay, so now that I already contained that school in the thing, it takes care of that. Now let's import it now. Okay, so now the importing is done now. Now let's refresh this schema. You see now school is come back. All the tables, all the student details and the columns, maybe triggers, procedures, right? And yeah, functions, all are available now, right? I hope you are able to follow how to take the database backup, or how to export, how to import the data from the copy, I mean backup copy. In both the version ways we have explored it, right? Okay. Okay, so now let's get into the next one. The very interesting part will be about the entity relationship diagrams. Okay, so what is entity relationship diagram? And those who are coming with a computer science background, I think definitely they'll be understanding it. And those who are totally new to this entity relationship diagram, don't worry, I'll explain that. Now that you know that we have different tables, like students table is there, student marks table is there, we have the tables, right? Now I want to pictorially want to see that how these tables are there, how each one is connected and all those things, right? So you are, I mean, diagrammatically you want to show that one. So entity is nothing but each and every object. That is, each and every table is an object. Okay. So you will be able to see how it is connected, and all the fields and everything you'll be able to see it here. You also know about the primary key, foreign key, and all those things, right? The entire thing I just want to visually I want to see it here. So how do I do that one? Okay. So for which the a very simple one. So there is something called if you go to the MySQL workbench, you have a I mean when you go to file menu, you will find the new model. Okay, you are just only modeling your database. Okay, so you just select that one, then you'll be able to see how to create that model part of it here. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll just go to file here. Sorry, I'll go to my workbench, then go to file, and then I say new model. Okay, so when I say the new model, then automatically it shows all the things here. Okay. So now whatever you wanted to create it for your thing, you'll be able to select that one. Okay. So now what I'll do is I just wanted to add a new diagram. Okay. So for that, maybe I'll just do with one more option, and then it will be straightforward easy instead of creating from the scratch. Okay. So since there is an option called uh, reverse and forward engineering. Okay. So what I'll do, since I already created my database and also the tables and everything, I can just do a reverse engineering wherein I can just get the diagram that I can create it now. Okay. So that option is available under database, and reverse engineer, that is the option. Okay. So with that, from there I can just create it and show it to you. You'll be able to understand it. Okay. So now I just go to database, and there is something called reverse engineer. Then you'll be able to know how this database is created. Okay. So what I'll be doing is by default my connections and everything is available. I just simply say next. Okay. I'm just giving my password. Okay. Now that my connection is over, and then now say which database you want to create the reverse engineering. I just select the school database. Okay. And then I just say next. I'm done with that one now. I just say next. So it looks at, I mean, there are two table objects are there. There's two are selected now. And suppose you don't want all the things to be shown, you can just filter it actually. And there are, objects table view, we have created it, right? That also will be available. If you want to see that, you can just see it here, like student info view. And if you are multiple are there, if you want to select only selected things, you can also do that actually. Okay, and now hide it. And similarly, you have our routines, that is nothing but the functions. You can also see it here. There are two functions that we create to calculate age and get student info, that you can just see it here. Okay, and you can just select them as well. Okay, and then yeah, the trigger also created it here. Okay, now I simply say execute now. Okay, now it's everything is done. Now let's say next. So all things are done now. I just say finish. Now that you can see it here, it's automatically gives me there is a student table here, and all the student table, what are all the columns are there, I think we'll be able to see. And you can see there, if it is a primary key column, it will be showing in the key symbol. Okay, it gives all the field names and with the field sizes, everything. Okay, and what are indexes are there, I'll be able to see. Okay, and then now the student info view, we have seen that one. Okay, and then you can see it here, everything, the condition, all the details also I'll be able to generate it here. Okay, and then next You would have seen the student marks table also available here. Okay, and you can just see the what are the indexes created for that. You can just see what are the triggers created. It you'll be able to see it, right? So all these things can be pictorially. You'll be able to see it here. Since there is no foreign key created. Okay, I'll show you what is that foreign key means here. So for example, student ID is available here, and then the same student ID also available here. Okay, suppose you just want to reference a key to that. Okay, so the relationship between these two. So I just do one to many, and then I just select this column. Okay, I have not defined it here. Otherwise, we'll be able to do that part. Okay. Okay, so this is how we'll be able to pictorially see. What I'll do is I just select the one more database, which is by default that is available. So with that, I'll just show it to you so that you'll be able to understand everything. Okay, so now I just take one more reverse engineering part. Okay, so now again database reverse engineering. This time what I'll do is I just do connect. Just give me a password. Next, and I'll just set secular database. Okay, it has all the details. I'm just simply putting next because I'm just taking all of them. Next. So you can see it here how pictorially all the tables, how they are connected to each other, and what are all the views I'm just using it here, and what are the tables I'm just using it here. And for my entire database, I mean here it is secular database, right? So you will see all the details are available and how the relationship between each of the table you'll be able to see it here. So each line means that this is a C here, and for example, I'm just selecting it here. The city I'm just selecting it here. Okay, that means this city is going to the city table, and which is again having a reference of country. The country is coming from here. So like that, you will be able to create the relationships with each other. Okay. So like this, pictorially you'll be able to see it here. Maybe you can spend some more extra time to explore more about it. Just only my objective was to show that where is this option available. I have to make use of that. Okay. So the interesting part will be like you can also do a forward engineering means you can create the I mean the flow chart, and then based on that it can generate the complete SQL scripts for you, and you can do that one. So the two way it can be done. Okay. So you can just go through the text here. For example, reverse engineering involves creating the visual representation of an existing database. That's what we have done now. Typically means the connecting to your existing database and generating the data model diagram from its schema. Okay. Forward engineering means you are just only create a process of translating the visual data model and into physical database schema. Okay, that means you are just only drawing it, and then that based on that you want to create the database tables and everything. It will even generate your SQL scripts to create the corresponding database objects and everything. Okay, so this you can experiment it. Okay, so with this we are almost completing majority of the course, and we are just heading towards the last slide, last couple of slides. So here if you see it here, the next steps. And in fact, there are a lot of things that one can learn it here. As you know, the basic objective of this course is to give only the basic things so that a developer can be very comfortable. Okay. And in fact, though it is called as a basic training program, in fact, most of the things what in a day-to-day basis you are using, all the things are covered actually. Okay. So we can't even say it is a basic, it is a medium level course actually done. And if you are still interested, excited about learning more about the database concepts, I mean, there is something called database administration. Suppose you as a database administrator, how you will be able to manage the database. Okay. So in fact, that is also a very, I mean, one more level apart from the developer role, and you can also get into the database administrator role also, wherein you will be creating the users and you will be granting some privileges to the users and doing the backup of the data and restoring of the databases, right? And also will be monitoring the performance of this server. Okay, so all those things will be doing that. Okay, so okay, and then and troubleshooting of common issues, because the database administrator typically will have better knowledge about the database functions so that the developer can always reach to them. Okay, and then the next one is about the database optimization. So typically one of the database administrator job is to do the performance tuning, right? Your success of any of your applications, only when it is working very faster, your end users will be able to appreciate it, right? So that's what you'll be able to do. Okay. So for that, you need to do understanding of the database normalization part, and we just learned the indexing concept, right? So using that, how to improve the performance, and too much of indexing also not good. It will again, because every time it will be doing indexing, it will take a lot of time. Okay, so better to make most optimized way of creating the indexes and analyzing and optimizing the queries. So the what is the, I mean, the way in which you are putting the joins, or the way in which you are ordering the various classes of the SQL statements, it will give a lot of way the performance improvements. Okay, so you can always look into that, and then optimize the database configuration settings. Okay, what are the configurations that I need to make it? Typically, adjusting the memory requirement and all those things will be typically done by a DBA part of it. And added on to that, your database is the place where you have critical data. I mean, the data will be stored. It may be your it's I mean, company data, or it may be your employee data, or any of the things, sensitive data. So you need to, by all means, you have to um, secure it, right? So for that, how we'll be doing that, how are you ensuring that the passwords are protected and the firewalls are done, and how do you follow encryption? All those things concepts will come here. And then how do you make a role-based access control? For example, you have a database server, and but all when we may be having multiple DBAs in reality, and you may having multiple developers want to have access to that one. So then how do you give role-based access to the people based on their role, what they are planning it here? So a lot amount of database architecture will come into picture here. Okay. So best practice for database design and management also, we'll be learning that one. And these are all the, I mean, once you are comfortable, and if anyone of you want to do a very core database administration, and for them, this is the suggested learning. Okay. And then ensure data integrity and consistency. Ultimately, your job, you need to ensure that you ensure the high level of data integrity and consistency. And especially being a database administrator, you have more privilege in the company. So you need to make sure that your privileges, you don't misuse it. Okay, for the interest of the company and for your own good of your career itself. Okay, so there is one reference I just wanted to give it to you at the end of it. And you all know that so far we have done all our exercises using MySQL Workbench, right? And through which you connected to the database, you performed all the operations, right? And those who are already familiarized with Visual Studio Code, okay, so they would be preparing to use MySQL in the Visual Studio environment itself. Okay, so instead of again having a MySQL workbench, you wanted to do everything inside the Visual Studio Code. Then for them, I suggest you to install MySQL shell for Visual Studio Code, and I just given the reference material here. You can just go through that. I just quickly show you how I implemented it in my the Visual Studio Code. For example, I just opened the Visual Studio here. Okay. Once you're done with the installation of the MySQL shell, I mean that extension, you need to add it here. Okay. If you look at the extensions, whatever I've done here, this is the MySQL shell for VS Code. This extension, you need to add it to your VS Code. Once you are done with it here, you'll be finding this MySQL shell for VS Code, you'll be finding it here. So when you click on that, then you'll be able to perform that. Okay. So could not establish the connection, it says that. So now what I'll do here is, I just click on this, and then I expand it here. Okay. You can just see all your server status. You can straight away see from here itself. and you will see all the connections that is happening. You can monitor the performance of your MySQL server, including graphs and everything. It will give it to you. Okay, and if you want to connect to your database, you see the same way what you have seen there. So you'll be able to connect. If I already created a connector, I just click on that, and then I just go into that. Okay. So now that if I want to perform some operations, I'll be able to do now. Yeah, now that you can see it here, I just relaunched it now. I'm just selecting the school, and you can just see it here, all the tables and everything you'll be able to see. So you are able to do all these things inside the, VS Code editor itself. You're able to see it here now. All the details are possible. Okay. So now that if I want to do any specific operation, yeah. So select rows in DB notebook. Okay. So now that you can just see, so I could get it now. If you go to DB notebook, and here now whatever you want operations you want to do. For example, select star from students. So I just want to give that one. Okay. So just I can do. And here you can just see it here, that block of code. So this is select. So you can now see that one, you will be able to get it here. Okay. So once you get used to it, you'll be finding it much more interesting. You may not need all the features that is there in the MySQL workbench, but you'll be able to do by yourself. Okay. And as a developer, whatever is required, so all the details without even having a one more interface where you have to switch between that, instead within the VS Code environment itself, you'll be able to do. Okay. Okay. So with this, we are concluding this session on the database. Especially on the MySQL database, that on the basics part of for the beginners. Okay, and as I said in the very beginning of the course itself, and database is the core of everything. Okay, and everything is revolving around the database itself, right? For example, you create applications to generate data. Okay, when the data is generated, we have so many other applications like which can be used for data analysis, data visualization, and machine learning and AI, and everywhere it can be used, right? So that means the both the point whether generating the data or using the data. So all across the entire IT works within that only. Okay. So that's why the data is always powerful, and it is that's why it is called as data is a new oil for the vehicle, right? Today, most of the, if you all know that most of the electric cars or autonomous cars, everything is working with so much of data that is available with the usage of AI and everything. It's all possible to go for autonomous vehicles and all, right? So in any area, you can just take that one. It is possible. So that's why a basic understanding about the data, database is very, very important. Okay. I mean, having understood one database, especially MySQL database, among various, relational database systems. Okay. So learning this one, you can just translate your learning to other areas. As I already told, whatever the comments that you are creating it here, so you try to explore the same thing in with your ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT will give you the equivalent of that one. For example, substring. Okay, that's what you will be using it in ChatGPT, right? I mean, or for example, I just want to. I have the a quick example. With that, I will conclude the session. Okay. For example, you have created this trigger. Okay. This trigger you created it for MySQL. Okay. Okay. Convert below trigger in MySQL to Oracle trigger. I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now it's asking me, please give the sure, provide the MySQL trigger. So now let me put that MySQL trigger now. Paste it here. Now you can see it here. Here is the equivalent trigger in Oracle. So you just see in Oracle also the same trigger will be finding it here. Okay, but the minor syntax changes will be available. Okay, so that's what you may have to notice it there. Okay, so for example, not equal to, we are just having it here. So whereas here, so here you will be just seeing all the things. Right, the Oracle handles in a different way. So all the things you'll be able to see it here now. Okay. So like this, suppose if you have, if you are if your company is currently working on, let's say, a particular database like MySQL, and tomorrow they want to migrate it to Postgres, so you can make use of ChatGPT so that you can just quickly do the impact analysis, and then you can quickly do the conversion. Okay, so you don't have to again understand the different databases and do that part of it, right? So that's why understanding one database concept, you can always replicate it in other things also. Okay, the concepts remain same, only the syntaxes will be varying from one database vendor to another database. Okay. And as I suggested, try to learn one more, NoSQL database also, so which will be of, because these days it's of a very high demand, like NoSQL database like MongoDB, Cassandra, and all the things are available, right? So you can learn that also. Okay. So with this, I just want to conclude this session, and thank you all. Thank you all for joining and patiently going through this entire material, and wish you all the best for better learning, and I hope you will find it very useful. And if you like it, you can just share it with your friends and make the learning better. And always feel free to reach out to me if you have any doubts. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a nice day.